So last session,
See, now this is what's going to start happening too, by the way, guys. Every time it has to default to Dan, I'm giving him bonus XP.
question, are we going to cover what, Charlie, did anything for stream-wise actually happen? Last
No,
week,
we should probably go ahead and
this-
cover what happened during the extra session we did.
The only reason I was asking is how much detail it's going to go into.
We did a bonus session Friday. We, initially wasn't going to game Friday, and then my wonderful girlfriend said okay to Dan, jokingly saying, "Hey, we should game today," and so we gamed. So we had a unscheduled session that was not streamed. Kind of much to my own chagrin because I can't go back to the video and look at anything I said for reference. But yes, this will be the last week where we're lacking some maps and whatnot. Since I've moved, I got everything finished and finalized over here, so I can actually give time to creating maps and content for the campaign instead of just whiteboarding and theater of the mind for everything. So I do apologize for one more week of this, but moving forth, that should not be an issue, barring any extraordinary circumstances. But reiterating on my first comment, I'm seriously going to start giving Dan bonus XP if it always defaults to him.
Yeah.
So,
Point
go
of
ahead,
reference,
Dan.
the session before last, we ended on the T-Rex Lenorn eating, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. So, where we last left our adventurers, they were in search of our wayward companions' extended clan. A goblin girl named Eva?
Eva.
Eve.
Eve.
I knew it would start with an E, and I've had a C in there. I was somewhere around there. And a bard. He's not important enough to get a name yet.
Jivet.
See previous statement. As we continued our adventure searching high and low for traces, we had heard rumors that both of them had been seen out in the swamplands, far in the west of this island. Making our trek that direction, newly empowered, we eventually stumbled upon a great discovery. A pristine temple underneath a lake.
No, sorry. So I want to clarify this. The temple was actually in the swamp area.
I thought
It
the
is.
temple was in the lake with the pearls and the crystals.
Nope. You know what?
Okay.
Let's actually move it there. I'm going to move it there, just because it does make sense with such pristine water and whatnot and clarity. So I do like that idea over the initial where I placed it. So okay, go ahead.
Okay. So in this temple in its pristine location, we realized that we were going to have to come back, as we did not have anywhere near the equipment or the breath-holding capabilities to explore that temple. All of a sudden, Solon came up with an idea. Bag of holding, a magic item that contains a separate space, holds 15 minutes of air within it. Diving into the water, he would use that extra dimensional space to take breath every time he needed to, informing his companions, all but one chicken, who will remain nameless, but is a main melee fighter who is not a goblin. Dive deep in the lake to explore this temple. Upon exploring this temple, we found it is devoted to the goddess Sarenrae. goddess of healing and rebirth. We went around exploring, and after exploring it, we discovered only one truly important feature, and that is a dais in the center with an egg strapped to it. Upon approaching the egg, we saw cracks along the outside, as if it had attempted to hatch or was attempting to hatch, but was being suppressed from hatching. Solon, having been blessed by various gods from a birth, realized that Sarenrae was one of the gods that had indeed blessed him, so began to bleed on top, cut his hand and bleed upon the egg, attempting and hoping that the blessing that still resides within his blood would awaken said egg and allow it to finish hatching. As he began to do that, the torches around the room began to light up in green and eldritch flame. And the temple began to shake. The two companions who were with him in the temple, the goblin Chucky and Serpai was with us in that temple.
Yes.
And the kobold Serpai helped destroy the sources of eldritch energy and keep back the forces that were trying to stop Solon from completing awakening the egg. Successful they were. As the egg finally cracked open, a phoenix emerged, the first one to have been seen in living memory. As it emerged, an entity appeared, holding a large staff with a set of scales on either side, decked out in skulls. As the temple began to rise from the lake, he took the group outside the temple and safely delivered them upon their boat, telling them that we had awakened the phoenix, reviving a dead species, the creature that is most closely related to Sarenrae, her divine messenger. With that, he left us, and the phoenix, as a parting gift, warned us that, or told us, that it would be waiting for us at the obelisk of fire. And giving a parting gift to Chucky, saying that we must hurry, that Eve was in danger. We must go north to the Beastman villages, for that is where she lay. And to not worry about Zivit. He's to the south and he's living it up. Upon hearing that, we made haste north, stumbling upon a cottage. This cottage held an individual that goes by the name Logan. He hailed from the far north, from the lands known as Anal. The ancestors that make up at least half of Gavin's bloodline. Upon conversing with him, they were able to get more information on how the Beastman tribes worked and what to expect upon going north. Solon informed Logan that not only did they know those of the north, that they had a mutual adversary, that Vorgoth had enslaved a seer, a special type of spellcaster that is sacred to the Northmen. He agreed to follow the group, lending his aid to us in exchange for us agreeing to aid him in freeing her. We agreed, and we proceeded north. Upon reaching our first encampment of beastmen, it was a small encampment. We stealthily approached and attempted to evade detection, which we were successful at. Upon looking closer, this village had 2 chimera who had just given birth, as well as
Manticores.
Manticores. As well as a tribal village of far too many beastmen to take on, or for the group to take on. We debated what the proper course was. When we came to realization that through several uses of the alchemical capabilities of Gavin, as well as the deceptive capabilities of Solon, with a little magic thrown in for spice, they were able to convince the scouts of a wounded prey, a wounded tyrant lizard, a day's travel west. So great was their success that that almost the entire tribe started off in that direction, hunting down the erstwhile prey that could feed them for weeks, if not months. With that, we snuck into the village, only to discover the entire tribe had moved out, for they have nothing resembling weak, sick, or old. For any that even appear to be useless will be consumed. Upon investigation of the village, we discovered a breeding hut where several women of varying species were chained and abused repeatedly. We were able to free them and send them south with Logan back to his clearing, where we would meet up with them upon rescuing Eve. Meanwhile, one of our companions, Gwendolyn, fell in love with the small cub, the small Manicore cub, and was able to form a bond with it. She is still trying to train it, but as it is part cat, you fill in the blanks. We proceeded further, getting closer and closer to our quarry. Finally, we were able to find her. She was dangling off a ledge, or over the side of a ledge on a small overhang, seemingly infected with some disease of unknown origins. Several of us went down to go and investigate her and try to bring her back to consciousness. When we had surrounded her, another entity, an entity of sickly nature, appeared before us in gleefully bragging about how he was feeding on the one below and asking what we would give to give her back. As Solon is known for a bit of a deal maker, he wanted to make a deal, but not knowing what the entity wanted, and for the entity refusing to tell him what it could want. No deal was struck. So the entity went to Chucky instead, inciting inciting
Chunky!
death. Chucky struck at the entity. This entity's blood coating him and burning him with acid, and causing Chucky to assume the same disease of his unconscious companion. As the entity stood there mocking, the two were rescued as this entity made no further attempts at assaulting us or attacking us. After some taunting back and forth and some aggravated words, we fled in all haste back to the Temple of Sarenrae, as she is the goddess of healing, bringing our two diseased companions to that temple. Within that temple, they were able to cleanse the disease from these two. Upon the disease being cleansed, was it this? I don't remember, Derek. Was it a sense that he was mad, or was it? Did we have some sign that he was mad? It was coming to end session, so I'm just trying to.
You could. Both you and Gavin could tell that this entity was greatly displeased, angry, if you will, and definitely would seek retribution.
Okay.
The thought process is you stole his food. How angry would he be?
The two that innately picked this up was Solon and Gavin.
Understood. We returned to the hut to collect Logan and the erstwhile women, bringing them back to this Temple of Sarenrae, as we realized the healing and calming nature of this temple might help soothe the distraught and, in some cases, broken minds of these women. As these women rest and recovered, eventually successfully recovering their former selves due to the peaceful and healing presence there within. Gavin and Solon came to a decision that genocide needed to happen on this island.
All the genocide.
Solon never said he was good alignment.
You know, your original idea of just bringing all the alcohol and getting everybody drunk and killing them while they can't do anything, you know, that seems more like a feasible thing now.
Really does.
I'm not saying that Vorgopher minds getting him of Archaon if Archaon didn't have any honor.
Fair. At least Archaon does, in fact, have honor. And Vorgoth seems to have honor, too. Both are dicks.
He has
What's
the,
more
he
of
has
a
the
likable
honor
dick?
of a dung beetle.
I think I view Vorgoth's more as arrogance than honor. Archaon's is honor because Archaon can crush you and crush almost anyone. Archaon, for those listening, is the ruler of Anal, the ruler of the North people. He can crush almost anybody because he's one of the strongest individuals in the world. Yet he still restricts himself. Vorgoth doesn't really restrict himself, is kind of a dick, and the only reason he doesn't follow through on killing everybody weaker than him that happens to displease him is an inbuilt arrogance that he will always be able to do that. We will prove him wrong in. Anyways, that was a sidetrack. Solon, before we left this temple, gave the various women a choice. They could choose to come back with us to this new settlement that we will be approaching at the start of session today, or another idea which had occurred to him. They could become priestesses or caretakers of this new temple of Sarenrae, bringing the light of the... I'm trying to remember Sarenrae's sub-name. The Lightbringer.
Yep.
the light of the Lightbringer to this dark island. An orc woman of Vorgoth's clan said she would be returning to her clan to tell Vorgoth of our bravery and honor, and that we would be richly rewarded, she was sure. See previous sidetrack on our assumption and opinions of that happening. All but 2 of the women decided to take me up on the offer and have instead decided to inherit the Temple of Sarenrae. With its calming nature, we knew that no beast with aggressive nature or ill intent could approach. Two women decided to travel south with us upon our boat. And as we begin today's session, we had traveled along the river and have now finally entered Gwendolyn's home village.
I believe a couple of us had stuff to do on the way there, since it was going to be a couple days.
Yep.
But yeah,
It
Some
was
crafting
a 3-day
mission.
journey, some crafting. But yes, so for those of you that have stuff to do, you have 3 days to accomplish anything of downtime pretty much. So we'll go with you, Charlie, since you spoke up first. What do you wish to accomplish over those 3 days?
I want to see how feasible it is with the new sword that I got, knowing that it has some extra properties and stuff. If the extra modification I want to do with it would mess with any of that, since most of the modification I want to do is from the hilt and not the
Okay,
blade.
so you can give me a Arcana, Nature, Occult, or Religion, as those are your magic skills, to see if that would interfere with it whatsoever. So long as you don't damage the runes, you're fine. You can modify the weapon itself. Pathfinder 2nd Edition, for the most part, uses runes to enchant weapons and items. Of course, you have your magical items like Bags of Holding that operate a little differently, but like property runes and things like that, those are runes themselves. So long as you don't destroy the rune, the weapon will be, still have its properties and everything like that. So, yeah.
So
That would take your first day of really researching it. And I wouldn't say the full first day. I'd give you some more, but that would take some time to examine it and checking to make sure you can do your modifications without actually destroying the runes or damaging them.
The other thing I wanted to do is to start, because I want to make my crafting job later in the village a little bit easier and stuff. So I want to start taking measurements and stuff like that in consideration. Do I need to thicken the handle at all for it to place the violin or anything like that?
It'd be a little thicker, but not much. Go ahead and give me a. So what you would be doing right here, I would consider this a level 1 task. So what page is the formulas on? Does anybody remember off the top of their head?
No, unfortunately.
Formulas, here we go. So basically you're going to create the formula for this, and then from the formula you would be making it. So it's level 1. It's 1 gold piece to create. So half of that to create the formula, that's just buying it. So it would be 50 silver that you would have to spend, downtime of crafting.
Okay.
And you could finish that, of course, in 4 days. So you'd have 2 days, 3 days, because I'm not going to make that Arcana be that. So 3 days you spend on creating the formula to actually make the design of the modification to your weapon you want.
Okay.
And then on your 4th day, you can make a roll to see if you succeed and by how much, so forth, so on.
Okay.
All right. I know you probably wanted to craft some stuff, Zerpai. What did you want to do Rambo?
I was gonna craft potions.
All right, so you have 3 days of crafting. Make note on what exactly are you crafting?
I will. I gotta see what I have. Sorry, my character sheet's being slow.
Those speakers here or your headphones?
I think I'll make potions.
Okay, which one? Because you can make it in a batch.
I was gonna go with the healing potion level 3 because I bought that recipe or that formula.
You are not level 3, so you cannot craft it.
Oh, boo. Okay, well then
You can
guess
craft the
it'll
level
be...
2 version if you want.
Well, there is no level 2. It's 1, 3.
Gotcha. Yeah,
So-
you actually have to be the level of the item to be able to craft it.
Well, that is nice to know. So then I guess it will be level 1 potions. So they are 4 gold.
Healing potions.
Yep, 4 gold a piece.
So that would be a total of 16 gold that you'd need.
Worth of herbs, and I have that in plenty.
Okay, and then after 4 days, you can make your roll, and then you can either choose to spend the rest and just create it right then and there, or you can make further rolls to craft them and save reagents and so forth, so on.
Alrighty.
Gwendolyn was playing with her manticore, trying to get him to like her. Josh, anything that you were going to do, because you already did your rolls for the manticore, right, while you were traveling on the boat? No, you made rolls going from on the boat, or was that just at the temple? Yeah, that was at the temple. So you can make your 3 rolls if you like to try the. Well, that's fine. Well, I'll get back to you. Josh, what did you want to do over those 3 days of downtime?
Wouldn't I just be piloting the ship mostly?
Yes.
Logan didn't come with, did he?
No, Logan's there. So are the girls. The only ones that are not with you and will be arriving much later than you because they're traveling by foot are the 2 Goliath and the ex-Elven slave. Admir.
No, they should already be there.
Because it took us several days after that to get everything else done, did it not?
The Giants and the
they would be
slave
there.
gal was already there. I remember whatchamacallit got yelled at with a message.
Yep.
Gwendolyn got yelled at.
All right, so anything that you wanted to do?
If Logan's there, yeah, I'd ask him how he connects to his spirit guides.
Through rigorous meditation and strict discipline.
So practice. Got it.
He nods with a smirk. Anything else before I move to Dan?
Not that I can think of.
All right, Solon, what do you do over those 3 days, good sir?
What does it take to learn a formula or to research a formula?
You would look at the formula price, and then whatever the price is, you divide that by half, and you would basically just create the formula.
So if I wanted to be able to craft a magic item, that's all I have to do is pay half the.
That you don't already have because you have 4 right now, right? So I'm taking it you're talking about learning a new formula.
Yes.
Yeah, so you would just research it. It would be crafting like normal, but you'd be crafting the formula, and then from once you have the formula created, you can craft from that formula.
Okay. I'm not going to do it yet because the one item I want to make is level 6. I just want to know how you do it.
I mean, you could start crafting the formula now for it, but you wouldn't be able to craft the quote-unquote item until you're level 6.
Yeah, I got nothing that I really want to do over the course of this time.
All right, so just mark down that you spent 3 days crafting, and then when you spend another day, you can make your roll, so forth, so on.
Okay.
All right, are you ready to roll?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right.
I had to reach.
That's cool.
I just said after I get that piece.
Gotcha.
Which we looked at the specs of my computer. We know now. The problem with the problem.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a junker.
Is there it was on? The 3 nature strikes.
Yep.
Oh. Oh. I was gonna say like during this training, I'm gonna do like the basics, like give like PvP, just attempt to like train it like you would a dog.
Okay.
So just get it to know its name and like maybe just come the basics. Oh god.
Okay, give me one more. Okay, so your first day goes relatively well. You know, the Manticore is following your commands, and you know it's a little hesitant at first, and then on the second day, you actually are surprised, and it says, "You must be kidding me, really?" And much like a cat, goes away from you and hangs out in the crow's nest of the ship, flies up there, and spends that day ignoring you. So you all do hear the Manticore can actually speak common. On the third day, you know, you wake up determined to teach this little fucker who's boss. You do get his interest, and, you know, once again, he is by your side and is actually taking more command. You know, still a little snarky, but more receptive, and you actually have a conversations with him, you know, developing his IQ and teaching him speech patterns and whatnot. So,
You need to get the Nets Pokemon badge for him to listen to you.
all right.
Punero
So on the
Charmeleon
fourth
right
day, on the fourth day of your travels, you are just north of where Gwendolyn's village resides. You bank on the beach, depart from it, and I'm assuming you turn it back into its box. Chucky?
Yeah. Pickle.
Whoop, back into the box it goes.
now.
So, what do you all do? Because this square is literally a third, or this hex is literally a third full, it would take you about, you know, I'm just going to say a third of a day to get to her village. It is nice open terrain. It's your traditional jungle. You know, there are like some palm trees and date trees and whatnot, but they're, you know, scattered about. They're not heavily clustered like the tropical forests that you went to into the Beastmen territory, or even traversing up to Vorgoth's domain.
I mean, I'd let Gwendolyn lead the way, but figured we don't want to dally around.
Okay.
All right. So, unless there's anything anybody else does or decides to do, make sure you all mark down your rations. Actually, Gwendolyn could have fed you all. You're in an area you know right now, so I'm not going to make you roll. Like, you know this territory, you know where the best place to get food is, whatnot, and with your forager feet, it's fine. So you get everybody fed. This part of the river that you have traversed down, you know, past the swamp, is very clean, water drinkable. You can refill your water skins and containers that carry your liquids, so forth, so on. After about 8 hours of traveling, and the heat is a little high today. Each of you are sweating. Gavin, you feel particularly overly heated with the heavy armor you're wearing.
Medium armor now.
Oh, that's right. You're medium armor. Never mind. You see the outskirts of a village. There are a few makeshift, they're actually well made cabins, and you see a single plot where some local vegetation of the island is grown. You see people out tending the fields and doing the various different things one would do for their daily, duties. Your passive perception's high enough. Gavin, you see near the center of the village where the stump of a big tree the stump of a tree that once stood, you see a dwarf, one of your companions that you hired, just sitting back, kind of a makeshift straw hat he made, leaning up against, sitting on the ground, leaning up against the stump, smoking a pipe, just kind of relaxing.
Okay. And which profession was he?
He is the blacksmith.
Cool.
Yeah, he's one of the blacksmiths.
Cool. It's who I need. Here we go.
Hey, sometimes dice don't hate you. I rolled randomly to see which dwarf it was. So.
Yeah, so now that it's unimportant, roll.
Right. Soon as combat hits it, it's like. All right, so yeah, what do y'all do? You see a couple kids out about being kids. There isn't many here, as most of the people in your village, Gwendolyn, are older. Roughly there was 28 individuals there, including you and your family. Not including the Goliaths, the elven woman, the dwarf, and the kobold that are part of it as well. Am I forgetting anybody else that joined their village or was sent to their village? I know a dwarf and a kobold.
I think you said there was 2 dwarves and a kobold that had arrived with the village was found or something. I think it's what the father said when he sent me the message.
Might have been 2 dwarves. I only rolled for one of them. I know you had blacksmiths. What were the other ones, Charlie?
I also have woodworkers and tailors.
Taylor.
Sweet.
Yeah, what did you do?
I would like to introduce you guys to my father and kind of get that introduction out of the way and hopefully be able to explain the reason my brother and I have been gone for as long as we have.
So we're the distraction, so you don't get in trouble.
Not completely. He's going to want an explanation.
So we're the distraction, so you don't get in trouble.
Yes, I would
Darius
very
is smiling
much
and
enjoy
nodding
an
behind
explanation of why you have been gone so long. As you hear the sound of an older man, you all turn your head. How tall is your father? 6 foot, middle-aged human, graying hair. While not like physically imposing per se, he is ripped. He is, of good health. not muscle bound or anything like that. Years of hard work. And he also does wear kind of a tattered robe. Your passive perceptions are high enough. You see on the side of his belt of the robe or sash, you see dangling a book. Most of you are well enough diverse that you know that to be a spell book. He does walk with a staff that looks beyond the mundane. So you have been gone nearly a month, my daughter. And outsiders have been sent to our village. And you travel with some yourselves.
These people washed up on the shore. And Darius and I were out. We found them. And we brought them to Borgoth. And Borgoth had granted them to live here. And that's the short run of the story anyway.
Why were you so close to the shore? You know our hunting grounds. I am lucky you returned to us alive.
I felt the need that I was driven to visit the shore. And beyond better judgment, I chose to follow that. But it led to all these people and, Borgoth's appreciation for bringing it.
So all these outsiders are permitted to stay within our village.
Yep.
I believe most of them are.
He gives you a very stern look. You spoke of your companions you travel with now, but what about the ones that are here awaiting your companions? Has Vorgoth given them right to stay within our territory, or have you needlessly endangered us?
The two Goliaths and the woman were given permission. I speak up. Not that I'm not enjoying the show. We were hired to help collect two clansmen of someone Vorgoth seems to like, if not tolerates, gesturing at Chucky. He was given leave of the island. We were hired to help him collect his clanmates.
He holds up his hand and he speaks. Do you hire these outsiders too? As he motions with his hand towards the dwarf lounging on the, against the stump of the tree, and you don't see the others, but you get the idea there's more.
I look at them. I suppose.
Then come on in. I did
I
not
mean-
realize you were traveling with one of his favorite kin, if you will. So long as you take responsibility for them. Chucky, was it?
Yes. And, yeah. I do owe a great debt to your daughter and to Darius.
Our housing is slim, but we will find a place for you to bed. The rations you provided are feeding the people. Our people.
I mean, if you have spots available, I have temporary housing for now.
He nods.
I look at him and I say, we all have skills that we could put to your disposal to help strengthen this village. If you would be so kind to... I'm looking for the outskirts of what we can hunt and explore and what we can't. I don't wish to antagonize Vorgoth any more than we currently have. So we can begin contributing our fair share to this.
So he will describe the area. Basically, all the adjacent hexes to where the marker is right now is their territory.
Okay, so we're clear as long to investigate any adjacent hex. Anything beyond that is we have to get creative if we're caught.
Yep.
That's what I wanted to know.
Who wants to take control of the marker?
I'll do it.
Okay. It's a heavy burden. All right.
So the square we're in right now, that is the actual square.
Yep. That has, can you see the black outline of it?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that is the actual hex of the village. I will be putting actual, I got some, I got an asset pack that has, icons for villages and shit like that, and I will be putting those down on hexes for villages and things you discover, or, runes you discover, and so forth, so on.
Will it glow the square so we can actually see it?
Yeah, I'll make it where it can be seen by everybody. That way it's visible on the map.
It would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Yep.
So I kind of pulled the group together. No, wait. Let's finish with the dad first. So
he says, "Forgive my rudeness. My name is Klaus."
I don't see a goldfish anywhere.
Hey, Josh, are you doing anything on the character sheet? I want to set the option so it doesn't roll to GM all the time.
Currently not.
All right, I'm going to change tab real quick. What the fuck? Why isn't it giving me the... Oh, I know. Okay, I gotta make it into an NPC real quick. Oh, son of a bitch. I don't know if that's gonna fuck things up if I do that.
Not sure.
I'm gonna test it on Eva. Forgive me if it goes wrong. It did not fuck things up. All right. Whew.
Yay.
It was a 50-50 shot, really. I mean,
It really kind of was. So, I mean, it's... I did yell, please forgive me. Okay, you're good now. Sorry about that.
You're not that sorry.
No, not really. But yes, he introduces himself as Klaus. I am chieftain of this village. Or he would say elder of this village. As it stands, we serve as an outpost of Vorgoth. He kind of says with annoyance.
We have that same highly, highly elevated feeling as well.
Mm-hmm.
He waits for y'all to introduce yourself.
I, with a flourish, say, am Solon Oathbinder.
He nods.
And I am Gavin Namor.
Nods at you.
I am Zerpai Sendru.
Karel Shazakzi. Everyone knows me as Chucky, though.
He nods at you. I will not accept freeloaders. You spoke of that you have skills that aid our village. That will be much appreciated. As far as strengthening our territory, we must be cautious of such things to draw the ire of Vorgoth. I would not wish him to think we want to rise against him.
No, we definitely wouldn't want that. We do that quietly.
He nods, and we have plenty of land. You can make your makeshift housing. Please get yourself acquainted with the fellow villagers. If you need me, I will be within my cabin studying. And at that, he turns and... Quinn, before you bed for the evening, see me.
Ooh, someone's in trouble.
To the principal's office you go.
All right. So, yeah, you all have free reign to decide what you want to do. And we are truly officially done with the prologue. Everything from this point is player driven. There are story points, there are, quests and things like that out there, but there is no predetermined direction for you all to go. Events will happen with or without you. The world will evolve. So player decision, as always in my games, I try to make sure that, they have impact and are lasting. What do you all wish to do? And next session, I will have the converted rules of settlement and kingdom building finished, converted over from Pathfinder First Edition. I do apologize I wasn't able to get that finished for this week, but it's nearly finished. I just got to finish converting a couple things.
I will ask Solon. I might need a couple days here in Village just to get everything set up. And to get maybe a timeline on modification stuff I need to get done on the sword.
I say we should probably meet. I say, looking at the group as a whole, we should probably meet in private before we bed down for the evening to discuss what we intend to do going forward. Me and Gavin have expressed several goals and annoyances that we would feel this island would be better without. But I don't intend to draw people who are unwilling into private squabbles. My dad was famous for that. I don't intend to do the same. My hand is behind my back when I say that.
Fair. So, do you all gather in private then?
I have one question before we do that. I want to make sure. So I passed my roll. He is a companion.
Not yet. You have one more you need to succeed at. But so you need one more success or two more failures to see what transpires there.
Okay. I just wanted to know if I knew what to use with him if we get that far.
One thing you do notice, and because you know its breed and whatnot, some of your older or weaker villagers, you kind of see him lick his lips at.
We're gonna make sure he's like tied up like outside the village before going to bed.
So you're gonna tie up a sentient creature.
Well, I'm gonna make sure he's at least where he can't miss me. I don't know. He's like tied to me, so I know he doesn't wander out.
I mean, you want to talk to him first about it? I mean, let him know the safe word, or.
But we're not there yet, anyway. Get there.
It's actually 2 words: slippery banana.
Before we meet up with Private, I do want to meet up with who used to be the elven slave and get my bag of holding back. Assuming that she got the Taylor tent, or one of the Taylor tents that I had up there set up and stuff.
As you traverse the village, you find where a tent is set up to Goliath, protecting this individual, or watching over her, and you see her actually creating or working on armor and a uniform pretty much to Goliath as she was commissioned to do so. As you approach, she has a big smile on her face, and I am glad you made it back safely.
It's nice to know that I'm not the only one that finds solace in work.
It's all I've ever known.
Solon speaks up from behind you because he would have gone looking for the Goliaths. Work is overrated. As he walks past you towards the Goliaths.
I tell her that the tent supplies are all yours. Do to your heart's content whatever you want to do with them.
One of your other companions, a dwarf, has been helping me as well. Currently, right now, he is off gathering some fibers or some plants we can use as fiber. He should be returning soon. And that would be the Taylor dwarf.
Mm-hmm. I guess if it hasn't already been set up, I'll set up another one for him, and I might just do it right next to this one.
Yeah, however many tents were in there, she has already set up,
yeah.
Even if they're not occupied with anything at the moment. Like, everything that was in there, she is making use for.
Mm-hmm. And then I would grab back the bag of holding, and I also need to go find the blacksmith one.
Are you still just snoozing, relaxing against the tree stump? Your two Goliath, as you approach, they both nod to you. Actually do the, fist to the chest, It's good you returned, sir.
Glad
We have
glad to be
protected
back.
her as you've ordered.
Appreciated. This is going to be our base of operations, where we'll operate out of for the foreseeable future. I want you both to take up guardian positions within this village. Help drive off some of the more dangerous creatures. As I've come to realize, doesn't matter how many of us there are here. Predators will be here or will circle this place regardless.
Understood. The ranger, or the hunter, speaks up. As we were traveling, I did notice a peculiar animal or beast. It was a large panther-like feline. A collar around its neck with some sort of medallion. It did not dangle freely, however, as it was embedded into this beast's chest cavity. What appeared to be powerful magical sigils are etched upon it. At first, I thought we may be in danger. However, it prowled this territory that this village calls home and has slayed many of threats that would have wandered in.
Really?
Yes.
Well, since you've been here, have there been any... I don't know the defensive layout of this particular village or what it has going.
It is not very defensive. You can kind of get the idea that, much like what Klaus said, Vorgoth keeps it like this. One, so villages have to rely on his men to keep them safe, and two, to keep power balance where he views it should be.
How does each village stay safe with a giant lizard running around?
Giant lizard hunt giant prey. Are you here? Legitimately, I don't know where you are. So if you're here, my character will respond to yours. I just don't know if this is an out-of-game question or in-game question.
Sorry, it was an out-of-game question, but it can wait.
Okay.
I was if you guys are with me, if you like look around the village and whatnot and ask, I could probably answer. Because I didn't follow Solar's cabin. I just kind of walked into the village.
If it has magical protection like that, then the other thing I could use your assistance with is the harvesting of lumber. So we can, to begin with, get our own accommodations built. I'll handle the crafting if you can get me the resources.
He nods and looks to the other Goliath, who's more the warrior, brutish, big, strong guy. And he takes a big bite out of some animal that he has killed, cleaned, and cooked, and he's like, "What?" Oh. He takes another bite, and he just starts walking off towards where there's a gathering of trees.
I'd help, but -1 strength.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure chopping trees won't go well for me. But I can craft like nobody's business.
He looks at you and says, "We were able to bypass a small herd of beastmen-like creatures. They're only but a few days northwest of here.
So in the hex northwest. 1 hex up or 2?
A few days, so it'd be about 3 hexes northwest.
Okay, so the adjacent hexes are not difficult terrain, is what you're telling me.
Correct.
Okay. I begin telling this Goliath of the Beastman tribe that we encountered and the barbarisms that lie within. Not allies.
And how we set fire to the whole
only way that the adjacent hex becomes difficult terrain is if you decide to travel north from that.
Okay.
Because of where the forest starts branching to the north portions of that hex.
Okay.
So lighter color is clear, darker color is difficult terrain.
Correct. The lighter colors, like I said, just, kind of open jungle. You have, you got your jungle plants and various different things like that, but it's not overly dense. The dark green and then the darker green are...
I'm not going to lie, the way I'm breaking it down in my head is lighter green is where, in Jurassic Park 3, the Allosaurus hunts. Darker green is where they run into to avoid the Allosaurus being able to chase.
Fair. But yeah, so tropical, the dark green, like adjacent to you, that's tropical, tropical forest. And then
It's an
the
Allosaurus. I meant Spinosaurus.
I got yeah,
Just in case the internet decides to correct me.
fair.
They will.
fair.
Don't worry.
Yeah, they usually do. So I do let them know about. We don't necessarily want to judge all beastmen by, the actions of a few, but I'm going to.
Stood. There was only one amongst the herd that looked threatening. It towered over even I, and any motions towards the companion that doesn't have any tools to really chop down trees right now, so he's, looking for small ones that he can just rip out of the ground.
I go ahead and pull out of my bag of holding one of the woodworkers' chests. Give it to them. It has two-man saws and two-handed axes.
So a one-handed axe
Yeah.
and a one-man saw.
Sure. All right. Much appreciated. And he throws you a chunk of meat.
Yay, I have rations.
A day worth. Yay!
The only other thing I do, Zig, is find the blacksmith dwarf, make sure he's okay, get him set up, and then kind of, I just want to basically go over, hey, I got something I will want you to help me with starting tomorrow.
I'll get to that here in a second. Let me finish with this right here. An opposing beastman, massive antlers, or not antlers, but horns. Two sets of them. One's the set of kind of a ram, the curling horns, while the others are more curl upright instead of, a curl down towards the earlobes. Standing roughly 9 feet tall, solid white fur, battle scars, and carrying impressive weaponry. He carried 2 large battle axes that dangled chains behind them.
Shit. We found the source of where your new weapons are coming from. No, I don't say that. What I say is that may be a threat too big for us to take at this particular juncture, but it's good intel all the same. For clarification about this village, Derek, I'm picturing like Native American style villages where they're more yurts or, tent like structures, maybe hardened rawhide, or are there actual wooden buildings?
There are a couple wooden buildings, but most of them are like yurts or, rawhide structures, not necessarily in, like the TP, but,
not meant to be taken down,
yeah.
but okay.
Yeah. I mean, like, even like the wooden structures, they have more like thatch ceiling and whatnot. So, it's kind of a mixture because, again, the island, people come here by shipwreck. So there's a bunch of different cultures and different things like that. Even if they were raised on this island from birth, their parents came from somewhere. So there's kind of a, kind of Native American or like, and some of the structures are a little like early Scandinavian or Stone Age kind of.
Understood. Okay, I have something else to do, but I'll wait for the others to get their village stuff done.
All right. Charlie, you go and you meet with the dwarf, and don't you know it's not wise to wake a dwarf from his nap?
I also remember not hiring you for napping.
Well, you were my employer once upon a time before I was stranded on this godforsaken island.
I believe you still have my money I paid you.
He grabs a sack and throws it at you. Useless here.
I toss it back to him. You'll need it when I get you off this island.
I don't want it. As he opens up the sack, he opens up the sack and turns it upside down, and you just see like small rocks and whatnot, and he just has a grin on his face. I want to give you a coin back, boy. So what do you have for me to do?
I'll first off show him the plans I've been working on, and go ahead and hand him my sword. And while he's looking that over and giving his opinion on it, I'll go ahead and set up his tent, tools, and furnace and everything.
Ingenious. This is definitely very doable once you finish the formula. And he gives you some pointers and whatnot, how the best way he thinks would be to implement this modification without doing too much work on the blade or the sword itself. All right, so yeah. He says, I'll get our work area set up then. And then tomorrow we can begin working on this. Or at least finishing your diagram and then stepping from there to finish the product.
Yep.
All right. Anything else you wanted to do?
Nah, because that sets up his bed and everything else. So that should be all set.
Zerpai, is there anything you wish to do before gathering in private with the group?
Other than see if they have an apothecary.
They have an herbalist. They do have an alchemist / apothecary here. She has formulas up to level 3 for alchemy and general potion making of the common variety. You won't find any uncommon or rare or unique formulas here.
Okay. I'd go up and introduce myself because I'm curious about something.
She smiles at you, and you can tell she is elven. Long, flowing golden hair. Her eyes are this kind of emerald green glow about them. Petite. I am seeing more of your kind as days go by. Peculiar sight. I've never once laid eyes upon your species before.
I feel like some of us are getting more and more brave to venture out.
What can I do for you? Are you in need of healing or relief from an ailment? Or?
No, I have a question. And you can brew potions, correct?
I can.
Do you have one? It's called. Sorry, I have to look it up on my character sheet really quick. It is called a ration tonic.
She smiles, and I do. It is. I make them when I can to help store up for poor harvests or tribute to Vorgoth when we can't deliver much to him.
Well, I don't have a place to work. I can make them, in fact. I make them as well. I was just curious. I currently have 18 on me. Until I have a place of my own to make some and help contribute to the village. Would you allow me to use your shop when I'm in?
So long as you're willing to help with some of my backlog or future orders, you're more than welcome to work alongside me and use what tools I have.
I'd appreciate it. I hand over the 18 tonics I have just as good
You
faith.
see, she goes and opens up a small closet, and she has little racks she's built or had built for her, and she puts them in there, gingerly, and stores them.
I appreciate you willing to help me out for the time, getting going. As we are, it looks like we'll be working together for a while.
Commotion's already spreading about the outsiders and how you are now part of our village. It's the least I can do.
I bow in respect and say I will talk to you when I am free.
She smiles and does a little curtsy and goes back to what she was doing, grounding up herbs and whatnot in her mortar and pestle. Josh, what do you want to do, bud?
Well, first off, just because I figured, these villages being under the thumb of Wargoth, they might not take too kindly of a goblin armed with a giant sword. I wrapped the sword up and put it in my bag of holding to show myself as not as threatening. And then I take and get a lay of the land, just see what the hell's going on, seeing how best to defend this village if I have to.
Okay. All right. You spend, the better part of an hour just getting the lay, and again, it isn't a huge village. There's a little over 30 people residing here now. 3 of them being kids. There are a few hunters. There is an imposing elven female actually in heavy armor that usually shadows Klaus. You do know her as basically his guard. She has served the elders of the village. She is very old. She has been here since you were born, or well before you were born. She guarded your mother when she was the elder, and she guarded the elder before her. Not of this particular village, but the people that have congregated, I should say, because your village is only, 40-something years old?
Something like that. I have to look it up.
But has guarded. I made a mistake on that. So yeah, she's been here before you were born. She's old, she's elven, and she is a skilled fighter. As you make your rounds and just check out, it is not defensible whatsoever. There are no barricades or towers or anything like that. In the southern portions of the village, you can see where Logan, he sits again butt ass naked is on his knees, butt ass naked in a meditation. You can see where he has put symbols upon his body in blood. You don't know what blood, but blood. The the 2 women here that have traveled with you, they're seeing where best they can fit in and what they can do. You see the Goliath, chopping down some trees. Well, making his, process of chopping down trees. Again, these are palm and date trees, so it doesn't take an incredible amount of time to, chop them down. They're not like an oak or an elm or anything like that.
Yeah.
So
I actually go up and talk to what was her name? The elven woman, the spider?
the fighter,
Yeah.
you don't know her name yet.
I go and introduce myself and try to...
As you approach, her eyes are keen upon you. As you step forth, she's already analyzing you. You've seen that look before. You're a warrior yourself. She's already sizing you up and figuring the best way to strike you down as needed.
I'm sorry to interrupt a question. Who's chopping down date trees? Because whoever it is about to get smacked upside the head.
The Goliath. He's chopping both down palm and date trees.
I stop him before he chops down the first date tree. This one bears fruit. No cutty.
No cutty.
He scratches the top of his head and says, "That makes sense, and that's why you're the boss." And he goes over to the palm tree and starts cutting down a palm tree.
I get the ranger over here. Make sure he does not cut down anything that's vital to the area.
That makes sense.
Chuckles.
That's why you're the boss.
God, I need lumber so badly.
But if I had a dime for every time I heard a line like that at Walmart, I'd have a good pay.
You wouldn't need to work at Walmart.
Right. But yes, you approach. Can I help you?
I just figured I'd introduce myself. My name's Karel Shizashi, and I'm Chucky. I figure you're the guard of this, encampment. I just wanted to make sure I mean no threat to your people.
If I thought you were a threat, I would cut you down.
Noted.
And she says that coldly, not like hostile towards you, but there is a true meaning to what she said. If she thought you were a danger or imposed threat upon this village, she would not hesitate or think twice about cutting you down.
I just, figure since, I'm a goblin, there's a stereotype amongst my people, that we are all just out to, kill everyone that we see.
Yes, your people from outside this island are known for that. The goblins here, however, some are as such, while others are decent. Some I used to call friend.
Used to.
I have lived a very long time. Your race, not so much.
True. I come from
The land down under.
Hmm?
The land down under.
No. I do not plunder either. I come from a group of goblins that are trying to make, turn over a new leaf. I just, I want to make sure I don't mean any of you any harm.
She nods. You hear Klaus. Talra, I need your assistance. She nods to you and then heads off.
I then, after that, go see what the hell's going on with the chopping of the trees.
At this point, you see, Solon like, not that tree, no. And then, that's why you're the boss. All right, Quinn, is there anything you wanted to do? You do have your own little shack. That is your own little house. You do have your own little. It's close to where your father's dwellings is. But since you are an adult, you no longer reside under his roof.
I do want to swing in past the herbalist shop because I want to talk to her about formula.
Okay. As you go there, you see Zerpide just finishing up speaking with her, and he seems to be in a good mood.
Yeah, I guess I'll ask him if he's finding everything in the village. Enjoying his exploration of the village for the moment.
Zerpide, he's talking to you.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Have you found everything you've needed in the village?
I have. And it looks like I found a place to work till I have my own little setup.
Good. I'm glad the village has been accommodating for everyone. I was slightly worried with my father. So I'm glad you're fine.
Your father is content with somebody else having the responsibility of the outsiders, so, hey, it all falls on Chucky. The herbalist, she smiles at you. Welcome back, Quinn. Your father has been, restless since you've been gone so long. What can I do for you?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a journey, to say the least. But I am actually looking to get a anti-plague formula.
What was that?
Anti-plague.
Oh, of course. And, she goes to her formula books and where she's made some extra copies and whatnot. And she hands it to you. She says, for the rations you brought back to our people. No good deed should go unrewarded.
Thank you. We'll definitely remember this.
She smiles.
That's all I needed for today, so I'll let you get back to your work.
And you see her cock her head, and she has a very peculiar look on her face, and as you kind of follow her glance, you see the manticore prowling, like hunched down, like how Cain does when he sees a bird and he'll never get to it. You can see him kind of hunkered down.
He's going full Simba.
Yes.
He's Mufasa in this scenario.
We don't hunt in the village.
But why? So delicious they look.
I shout out from a ways off. Yeah, why? I say as I'm checking out one attractive female.
I have been trying to show you this. We eat animals. We do not eat people. We don't eat things that can speak.
Speak for yourself.
That is our rule.
And it walks over to the older man that it was, prowling at, and hikes its leg and pisses on him, and then flies off. And the guy's like, "What the?"
That's the ultimate cat move. And it can actually fly to do it.
Solon, you said you had one more thing you wanted to do before everybody reconnected.
Yes. I go to Logan.
As you approach while he's in his meditation, how can I help you, Solon, son of Drake?
I'm to begin making moves towards our mutual goal. I have a task that I think you'd be most suited for, if you're up for it.
Of course.
I told you, scattered about, are 15 elite Analian warriors. It's a race between us and Vorgoth on who's going to find them. I don't think he'll be able to take them, but I'd rather collect as many of them as fast as possible. We don't know or nor have the experience in this wilderness like you do. And I'm of the assumption, based on witnessing your skills, you act better alone.
He nods. If I was to bring one with me, it would be Gwendolyn or Darius. Both of them could help me in locating them. Or I could do it on my own as well.
You can ask Darius. I'm pretty sure Gwendolyn's not going to be let out of the immediate vicinity anytime soon. But the sooner you're able to begin looking for them, the better off we'll be. Because it's all well and good to take out Vorgoth or piss off Vorgoth. We also need the strength to defend wherever it is we choose to hole up. And 15 Analian warriors would go a long way towards that particular objective.
He nods at you. After my ritual, I will speak to Darius and head out immediately.
Appreciate it. I nod at him and I'll let him get back to his ritual.
Okay. So,
I guess the one thing I tell him is, don't bring them to the village. Maybe camp a few days out in the more dense jungle, and then just come warn us.
I know of a place. It's just westwards, across the river, and it is a small island of its own, if you will. There is a lot of beach, but in the central part of it, dense forest, as well as what you see here as he motions towards the, non-difficult terrain, pretty much.
A nod.
Directly west will take you to the area, and that is where we will camp.
I nod back to it. I go wherever it is. I was going to wait for the group to convene.
So everybody reconvenes, probably at your own little shack, Gwendolyn, since there will be privacy and whatnot. It's a small little one-bedroom, maybe if you're putting it in square-wise, maybe 5 squares by 5 squares. So 25 feet by 25 feet.
Just big enough for all of us to kind of squeeze in.
Yeah. So, what do y'all do?
What is all of your plans now that we've stumbled upon a good home base?
I think eventually finding a way home out off the island would be nice. I don't know what everybody else's thoughts are, but I as much as I am interested in here, would rather get back to my own clan.
Is that your guys' plan to leave as soon as possible?
No, not mine. I don't foresee us being able to leave this island in any way, shape, or form in the near future. You all saw what's guarding the island. Its task is to prevent anything from fleeing. Magically protect this island and keep anything from fleeing. You will not escape its notice.
And I'm pretty sure a mysterious figure wouldn't like that either.
Any of them.
Any of them. So, Solon, what's your thoughts after having freed the Phoenix? I kind of find it a little... It's a little unsettling.
Well, that depends on your particular reaction. I say because there's no Nullians in this room right now. Because Logan has either left or is in the process of leaving. Right?
Yes.
What side of the ward do you line up on?
You know, as much as I hate to say it, I think my dad's right, but...
Okay, so I snap my fingers, prestidigitation activates. You know, as much as I hate to say it, I have to say my dad is right, and it repeats it just like that. Oh, this is getting recorded.
Well, I'm guessing you may be right, Solon, but I'm guessing you're not wanting to stay here yourself forever.
I'm saying there's no feasible way to get off this island. I know what I'm supposed to do on this island, so I'm not going to fight against this particular calling in an attempt to flee the island prematurely or upsetting balances of things without careful thought.
Isn't it kind of unsettling on...
Okay, to go back to your previous question, to answer it real quick, I say pointing at Gavin. The reason I asked that question isn't it putting you in a difficult position of admitting your father was right. That was just a side benefit.
Yeah.
The reason I asked that is we greatly empowered... I almost called her Melora. Serenray. By freeing her chosen or guardian beast. It was implied that other gods have similar temples on this island. That is something of interest to myself. Maybe being able to free other...
I want to clarify something. It said islands, because you know there are 3 islands.
I understand. My character understand. In general, the search of... but I don't know which islands they're on. They could all be on this island for all I know.
Right. I was just making sure there wasn't any miscommunication there.
Yeah. So freeing those extinct species is something that would be attractive to me. Exploring this island as it holds many wonders and ways that are lost to the greater world. Being able to discover some of these hidden gems is also incredibly attractive to someone like me. I inherited my father's love of collecting knowledge, and some of these temples are old. Pre-shattering old.
I do believe in my father's belief of balance, so freeing and I share your sentiment as far as that goes. I'm just trying to caution you and not to play as a pawn to someone else, as I don't know what that mysterious guy's reason was to make us crash land here, be it nefarious or otherwise.
Same with me finding you. I don't know what his purpose was, but since finding you all, you have shown me a world I didn't even know existed within my own reach. I have known nothing but this small village and being under Vorgoth my entire life. And just even Logan, meeting him was amazing. I didn't know anyone else could survive without being underneath of Vorgoth.
Almost seems like part of his goal was just to upset the balance that is maintained here. Whoever was on the boat that you guys. I'm assuming you guys are talking about the guy that.
Oh, okay. I understand what you're saying. We've been talking about multiple people, so trying to keep track of who you were referencing is where I was confused.
Mm-hmm.
But I understand now.
The guy in the suit that magically appeared on the boat.
The guy who we can't remember his face, but some of us can remember his clothing.
Yeah, you can remember his clothing, you can remember his glasses, you cannot remember what he looks like or what he sounds like. Anytime you try to remember a conversation with him, your brain uses voices of people you know to fill the dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
I don't disagree that I don't necessarily want to become a pawn. At the same time, because we don't know what his objective is, it's hard to, it's hard to move pieces in the dark, is I guess all I'm trying to say.
So in other words, we have to play his game until we know what the game is, essentially.
Much. Is it checkers or is it chess?
Or is it Chinese chess?
That's an actual thing, so it's
I know.
possible.
You're talking about Go?
Yeah.
No, he's talking about shogi. But,
yeah, shogi.
Digress there. I've been reading way too many Chinese light novels. So anyways, I'd want to... You're talking to someone that wants to take every advantage of this land that I'm able to take. To that end, I want to make my home base, and I gesture widely at the village, as comfortable and magnificent as I am.
Well,
so we have work to do.
I have set up a place to start working better with potions. She'll let me use...
Guys, if you're not going to play the other half of this. If I lob them across the plate, come on and take a swing. I look kind of disappointed at everyone.
I try to be kind to you when I can. There's no need for me to poke fun.
Anyways, switching my character back to a more serious note, my Goliath guards have begun harvesting the timber required to construct a basic shelter for us. I intend to make it a longhouse style. If anyone would want to join me in the crafting of said house, we could live under the same roof that way. It would also be sturdier that way. It would give the villagers some place to retreat in terms if hostile action were to occur.
I could lend you tools to help you with it and stuff, but I don't know how long the modifications I'm making on this order is going to take. But as soon as I have that done, I'll help you.
I kind of want to go out exploring now because it's going to be a while until they've harvested enough lumber for me to explore.
It's
But I want
for roughly the dimensions of the building you're wanting to make.
Did you ask a question or what?
Yeah, well, what are the rough dimensions of the building you want to make, like size-wise?
Typical longhouse will be anywhere from 80 to 100 feet long by 20 to 30 feet wide.
All right, so you're looking at about...
I'm going full Viking longhouse.
Yeah, you're looking about 2 weeks of them harvesting the wood.
I can, obviously, once there's enough there, I can begin construction. I don't need all the wood right then.
Right. I was just giving you an idea, roughly about 2 weeks.
That was me in character to them.
Oh, okay.
But I want to take as many of you that want to go with and begin exploring the terrain that the territory we've been assigned. See if there's anything worthwhile in the immediate vicinity, and any dangers that we need to be aware of. And the sooner we get this done, the better.
I am always willing to explore further, but I can definitely show you our territory, the territory that we've been given. I mean, there's not much to find there other than basics, but...
I'm talking about a more in-depth investigation than maybe the hunting parties are used to. Knowing what we have available may be of incredible use to us. Sorry, I got the hiccups.
I mean, you guys have found more than I ever knew was on this village, so there may be plenty of things that none of us would have known to even look for.
On top of that, I've asked Logan to go out and search for more of our companions and bring them to the village. Not directly to the village, but to a secluded location away from the village to not draw Vorgoth's wrath until we're ready for him.
Okay.
He was going to ask Darius if he wanted to come along. I don't know if any decision was reached there or not. I say to Gwendolyn.
Do I know if there is one or not?
You don't know yet?
I'm not sure what he's going to do. I think he mentioned something about Logan talking to him, but I don't know what his decision was.
Okay, so the plan is to begin exploring tomorrow. Some of us are going to stay back and craft while the rest of us are going out to explore. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long as we're going to stay within our region, I don't think my father's going to have a problem with it. I'm going to talk to him further tonight and hopefully convince him a little bit more of giving me some leeway.
I wish you luck with that.
Thanks.
Daddy's little girl was just going to try to convince Daddy that, it'd be a good idea to let her explore in an island full of dinosaurs. And rapist beastmen.
He has a right to be concerned, especially with Vorgoth, and I understand that.
So who's all staying in the village and who's going with me tomorrow to begin the expedition?
I'll probably end up staying to get this crafting done.
I would go.
You go?
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna make sure I bring Drax with me because I need to keep an eye on Drax. Don't even eat any villagers in the meantime.
So Zerpai, do you stay or do you go?
Oh God. That's it. Ancient Red Dragon.
Worth it.
At least it's not a void dragon.
Oh, they only explode like a star.
I mean, we've stopped it both times.
That is very fucking true. So
There are
Zerpai,
multiple. The Exploding Star are multiple pop songs that came into mind
Shut up.
that I could have
Shut up.
referenced there.
nope. I will kill you all. Zerpai, are you staying in the village to craft, or are you going on the expedition?
Good talk, good talk.
He might be AFK without saying AFK, or he's muted. Sounds like my little dog needs to go outside. Let's take a 10-minute break and see if he's back by the time we get back. And we will pick up there with the dialogue with Quinn and her father, and then start the next day of endeavors.
Sweet.
All right, so be back in like 10 minutes, guys.
Alrighty.
You back, Rambo?
Yeah, I am. Jennifer came down and apparently felt she needed to tell me things, which wasn't too terribly important. Well, when she comes down to talk to me randomly, Catherine comes downstairs, and between the two of them, I couldn't say I had to go. I would be right back. Sorry.
Basically, I don't know how much you heard, but
I was gonna say I can help contribute time in building the longhouse, but that's about as far as I got before I had to run upstairs.
no,
Or got
the
pulled
question-
upstairs.
we weren't really worried about that as of yet. The question ended up being, we're going to split up because I'll need some stockpile of wood before I begin crafting. To that end, we're going to begin investigating the territory, and we're going to end up splitting the party. Gavin's going to stay behind, at least for the first part of the exploration, to finish work on his sword modifications.
Okay.
Or no, I don't know that. To finish work on his modifications.
But outside the game, that's what it is. Oh, as you draw it out. Okay.
So we were trying to figure out who's going to stay if anybody's staying in the village other than Gavin, or if who's coming with me to explore outside. Gwendolyn's with me, and Chucky's coming with me as of this moment.
It kind of comes down to how long are you guys going to be out? Because I can contribute to the village by help making potions. Because apparently in out of game, that's part of their payment to what's his name,
Forgoth. And as long as it takes, we have it's more of a goal orientated thing. I will want to, at least for me, I want to explore all the neighboring hexes of the village. However long that takes is what it takes. And then we'll come back and at least craft our future home. At least short-term home.
I'd be interested in seeing more around the island. I mean, I'm not terrible at the exploration as long as dice aren't, gonna hose me the entire session. But what else is new when they don't when they aren't in my favor? Is it just going on a break since I went to AFK?
Yeah, he decided to let Kane out.
All right.
All right, we're back.
Welcome back.
Who we missing?
I don't know if Josh ever left. We haven't
I'm
heard
here.
a word. Okay.
Rambo is.
I got
So-
cock in my mouth at the moment.
Sorry,
Anything
Jen.
you want to tell us, Bree?
It's
As soon as you said
delicious.
that, I knew exactly that was what was going to come next. I was like, oh, great. So it was me under the bus with it.
Was either that or Derek's gotten very flexible.
You'd be surprised.
So I forget, Rambo, did you decide with us or staying to craft?
I think I'll go exploring this time around.
So we've made our decisions, Derek.
All right, the only one staying behind is Gavin.
Correct.
He might feel safe then.
It's the village that will be in danger.
Actually, looking at what time it is, as much as I think it might be better just to stay at the village and craft, because in about 6 minutes I'll probably get pulled upstairs by a munchkin, so then I'd be gone for maybe a half hour, maybe. So it might just be easier to do that, so that way all I have to do is make crafting rolls when I
So
get back.
Zappaya's crafting. Got it. Moving on. Gwendolyn has something to do tonight, and then we can go exploring in the morning.
All right, let me finish chewing my food real quick, and I'll get to that.
I was under the impression you weren't supposed to use teeth with that.
Makes me feel better.
So, for the record, just in case anybody ever decides they want to try it, sausage bacon is not good.
Sausage and bacon?
There's a new product out that I tried from work. It is sausage cut into strips that you fry like bacon. It is not worthwhile.
It depends on the brand. With meat,
At least
turkey,
there's
bacon.
actually meat in there. As long as there's meat in there.
Yeah.
If you say anything good about tofu, we can no longer be friends.
Yeah, I know how to make some killer tofu. I did that whole vegan thing for 6 months, and I woke up and I was like, meat, I need it now. Ordered a large pizza, meat lover, and devoured that. I'm sorry. I made it 6 months and I was done. I was like, nope, can't do it. Well, the tofu wasn't bad. Like, I know how to make some actual killer tofu that tastes just like meat. The problem is, I still want actual meat. My body's like, you are a fucking carnivore. You've been a carnivore all your life. What the fuck are you doing? You have been a meatitarian all your life, and you're doing this to me?
That just goes to prove exactly what I thought before. It isn't that the tofu is good, it's just you're lying to yourselves.
Right. All right. So the sun begins to set. The little fireplace is lit. Some of the standings torches when you find yourself at your father's cabin. As you knock on the door, you enter. He doesn't say anything. You see this desk that he always sits behind. You see scrolls and other, parchments and books. And his back is to you. And, his hands are behind his back over a little fireplace. You will be taking my position soon enough. Your reckless behavior endangers the people you are to protect and care for, as your mother has, as your mother did, as do I. Do you not think before you act?
I feel like this village could be more than it is, and you know this, and you know that I've always felt this way, and I had this instinct that I needed to follow, and it went fairly well. I got recognition from Borgoff, and he even gave me this, and I'm going to pull out the script of Travel, I think it's called, and I'm going to show you.
So you bring Vorgoth's gaze upon you. He acknowledges you now. What will he ask of you in the future?
I don't know. But, yes, he sees me now more so, but he always did see me. I four daughters. He knows our village. He already knew of me. Now he, has an idea of what, I'm possibly capable of, but clearly he still doesn't see me a threat to give me this. And with this, I can do what I want to do to hopefully better our village, not in a sense of becoming, a threat to Borgoff, but to just better our people. We deal with starving and rationing and trying to make sure that we're giving our part to Borgoff on a regular basis. And you and I have both seen all of our people struggle because of this.
Many have thought to upset the balance. When he came to our village many years ago, he took the love of my life from me. It was abundantly clear not to overstep. I do not know if you see it because you're still young and naive, but the look in your companion's eyes. They will fight him. And the people that you love, the people that your mother protected, that I protect, will be in great danger. You're right, he has held us under his thumb, and we have not been able to rise from it. We are a people, a small village. His people outnumber us many to one.
I feel that if Borgoff, if these men that I found met and gain their companions become a threat to Borgoff can take care of them. And as long as I'm not standing next to them, our village will not be.
Do you think you can keep your emotional attachment to them as time goes on, separate from your people when that time comes? Can you turn your back on allies that have fought side by side with you, protected your people when that time comes? So your village, your people before these outsiders arrived are safe. Can you stand aside and watch your new companions die to Vorgoth?
The people in this village come first. They always have and they always will. I know you don't see things the same way I do, Father, but these people are my priority and they always have been. Even in your idea of a reckless, me going off and finding these people, there was something in me that drove me to do this. And I want to help the village. These are my people the same as they're your people. I know I will lead them one day. And I want to lead them to a future that they can be happy with, not while we starve. I'm not trying to overthrow Vorgoth, but I think we can do better while still maintaining where he wants us. And our island has so much more to offer.
Go ahead and give me a general diplomacy check.
About it.
Okay. You see him look into the fire and just contemplate. You see him reach his hand out forth and actually picks up a flickering flame, and it dances between his fingers. We will see as time goes. What can you tell me of the elf, Solon?
I know he has magical abilities, and he seems to think very highly of it. But outside of that,
It was very clear that he possesses magical capabilities, as he possesses one of these, and you see him reach into his robe, pull out a necklace that's around his neck, but, tucked under his robe, pulls out the pendant, and it's a shard. He possesses a spell shard.
Yes.
One of very dark magic. Not inherently evil, but can be used for great devastation. How did he come across this?
I was with him when he received that shard. Where I found them.
Hold on 1 second. Is she breaking up for anybody else, or is it just because I'm in close proximity to her?
No, she's picking up.
Okay, she's fine? Okay, then it's just close proximity. Okay. Go ahead.
He received that shard while where I found them, near the shore. There were ruins there. We were attacked, and overcoming and escaping the ruins, he received that shard. As well as I received this, and I'm going to show him my blank pendant.
Tread cautiously, my daughter.
Kind of.
Do you truly trust them?
I trust that they're not going to do us wrong. I don't know what their full intentions are, but I don't think it is anything that's going to endanger us or our people. I feel that their desire to, become more knowledgeable about this island is their main goal at this moment.
He nods at you. We will see as time goes on. Give me one more diplomacy check. He turns, to face the fire again, and he places the flame back into the fireplace. You may go.
I'm just gonna kind of do a bow of respect. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So, as the evening fully takes over, and each of you are able to actually get some much needed rest without feeling like you're constantly on guard. They do, while their forces and their people aren't many here, they do have patrol. A few of their hunters and the warden, if you will, the female Telra. She never seems to sleep.
As a reminder, before I actually speak, I'm going to remind Drax not to eat people or anyone that speaks.
Give me a animal handling or nature check. As you wish. And you see him cough, and out comes like some bones of a small vermin,
I'm just going to say, like, I'm going to let you know what.
Solon, as you find yourself in slumber, your dreams going every which way, one sticks out to you the most. You see a throne and Vorgoth sitting upon it. You see hundreds of bodies laid forth, slain. The throne seems to be made out of skulls, various other bones. You are next. And at that, you wake up in a sweat. Morning comes too. You don't need to deduct any rations as there's food in the village. What do y'all do?
Get ready to set out.
Get ready to craft.
All right, Charlie, go ahead and make a crafting roll real quick. Let me find that real quick. The table. You're level 2?
Yep.
Alright, so you're on your 4th day. Go ahead and give me a craft roll. You are trained or expert now, because you did get a skill increase. No, that's at level 3.
Yeah,
sorry,
trained.
thinking rogue.
No worries. Trained.
You can use a fortune point to re-roll. Now remember, guys, I'm not giving out fortune points. It is up to y'all to declare when you feel somebody has earned a fortune point.
I'm gonna, just because it's possession.
Right. That's what you needed. So you just succeed. So you earn 3 silver pieces. Oh, sorry. You make your craft check. You 25 silver, so you're at 28 silver or equivalent of finishing this formula. So for this, you can spend, and this would be, you would have to, how to put it? You can barter if you want, and I'll allow you to, exchange the equivalent of resources you have to either finish the formula now or make rolls each day to lower it. You're at 28 out of 50 silver.
I'll go ahead and spend the money to.
Okay. Finish it out. So you're
Yeah.
bartering with your dwarf and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, with this right here, this attachment and the complexity of it, the final product will cost you 1 gold to build, or the equivalent of 1 gold of resources.
Okay.
So now you can start, working on it, and again, after 4 days, you can make it roll, and either you can finish it then by expending resources, or you can, craft longer.
Okay.
All right, Rambo, are you here? I think you want to.
I am.
Okay, you can go ahead and give me your craft roll. Well, your first craft roll after the 4th day of building.
Let's see. Craft, and I have to add a +1 to the thing really quick because of cooking lore.
Okay.
And I'll just take it out when for anything else.
Nice. So you're treated as 1 level higher. So level 3, you made so you've expended half the resources needed, and you earn 5 more silver towards the end product. So you can either finish it now by expending the rest of the resources or making more rolls.
Let's go and make another roll.
All right, actually, and I keep forgetting about this crafting and is still learning the new system. Because you critically succeeded, there is no more rolls needed. Each day you work on it, you're earning 5 silver towards it.
Okay.
So, all right. The rest of you, the ones that are gathering, you all gather together. What do you all do? Do you all discuss anything, or do you immediately head out?
Did we want to bring anyone else?
Sorry, Derek. So I finished the set of potions, right?
Yeah. No. The 4th day. That's when, because how crafting works is you craft for 4 days, then you make your roll. Whatever you roll at, if you're a critical success, or just a success, or a failure, or whatnot, that tells you how much you make each day in progress towards the finished product. So. Okay. I think the total gold is 12 gold for all 4 potions.
Yes, it is.
So you spent 6 gold of the resources, and then each day thereafter, because of your critical success right there, you're making 5 silver
a day.
5 silver a day towards it.
Okay.
All right. So, yes. Solon, Chucky, Gwendolyn. Do y'all do anything before heading out?
Just by all means, if you want to bring someone with. I do find out if Darius left with Logan or not.
Klaus informs you that Logan left on his own. He has not seen Darius since your all's arrival. He doesn't seem concerned about that. Like that's a norm for Darius.
Guess we know who the favorite kid is. Anyways, you can talk bad about me behind my back. I can do the same thing to him. Yeah, I'm getting ready to head out. After I find that out, anybody bringing anybody else with?
I could bring either Eve or Zivit, whichever you guys feel would be more useful. Eve is a master of stealth, expert of stealth. And Zivit, well, he can heal and be annoying.
Zivit is use impaired.
Eve is fine. As Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn says that.
Sweet, then we're gonna head out.
All right, which square do you all go to?
Uh,
All right. So, because it's relatively easy terrain, you move there and you can choose one activity. You can either travel again or explore that hex.
I vote to explore.
Everybody good with that?
Are we doing like a group thing?
No, we're doing the exploration. So you either choose traveling or however the fuck you say that word.
Reconnoiter?
Yeah, reconnoiter. That I have no idea. Explore.
Kind of decide what to do, like as a whole thing. Okay, then yeah, we'll just.
You can choose to either do a group activity, which is travel, or as a group explore the hex, or you can do individual activities, but that you don't make any progress towards the hex as a whole. All right. So
now, can people take actions outside of that? I don't understand exactly how that works. Like if for the exploration, if me, Chucky, and Eve decide to explore the hex, but Gwendolyn decides to take an individual action, do we not explore the hex, or?
You can do that if you have enough activity points. Right now, your group only has one activity point because you're all speed.
Yeah, I'm fine with exploring. The only thing I was going to do is, like, if we did it individually, was just, like, while they explored, I'd, like, hunt anything that was nearby. But if we have to stay as a group activity, I'm fine with just exploring.
All right. So okay. You spend a day exploring that hex. No dangers. You see some wild game and whatnot. One thing you do notice immediately, this is the square that has not been really harvested or, production has really been done on this hex. This hex yields for the buildings, and we'll get to this next session, buildings that produce BP or build points produce one additional build point. Or grants one additional BP. For like food production and like lumber and stuff like that. It's very high in resources. All right. So that day goes. So now, the next day, where would you like to go? And that would be your day's travel to it. So somebody please keep track. So 2 days have passed thus far since the start of this session.
So is Gwendolyn able to
Right.
do the hunting thing or not? Just for
Yeah, after that, yeah, that's fine because it's more so because you spend about I think it was 12 hours doing this, something along those lines. So you still have time to do stuff like that afterwards.
Got it.
It's just the bulk of what you all do is determined by your exploration activity for that day.
So Gwen, are you providing rations or?
I mean, I'm fine with doing foraging thing. Roll for it. No.
Sweet. High resource tile. Don't need a roll for it.
Okay. Gonna move to the next tile then.
All right. All right. So you spend the day traveling there. You set up camp. Okay. And kind of get your bearings in place before you start exploring. That is the third day. The fourth day rises. You all explore. Who is taking lead on the exploration?
It's just,
I'll
mean-
do it. I have a +5 for perception.
Okay. Does anybody want to aid him?
I will aid him.
Okay, go ahead and give me a perception check. All right. She does not aid you as she is distracted by the pretty animals.
Told you, this thing does not like me on these rolls.
All right. Solon, go ahead and give me a perception.
22.
All right. So this hex doesn't yield really any bonuses as far as additional BP for resources or anything like that. However, in the southern southwest corner of the hex, you find a standing stone, an ogren. It's about 8 feet high. You know those stones that are kind of used, or that was used to create Stonehenge, is like how big they are?
Mm-hmm.
One of those, pretty much in size, is standing up, and you see a myriad of various different script on it.
Everyone language checks. I have Elven, Common, Sylvan, Celestial, Abyssal, and Draconic.
Well, to say if it's anything, it's something that Chucky has. But
let's see. I have Common, Goblin, and Necro, and I still need to choose 2 for frickin' Eve. Because I forgot about languages for Eve.
Got all the big languages covered.
All right. None of those languages match.
Fuck. Detect magic?
It radiates with magic. And as you use detect magic, give me a perception check. Does anybody want to use a fortune point?
Yeah, hero point, is that what we're talking about?
A hero point, yeah, sorry.
I mean, I guess I can.
If you want to, you can. If not, I'll take the consequences for a misperception.
Well, it's kind of the village's thing. You just unlock something by doing anything magic near the stone, so I'm slightly concerned. I guess I'll use it.
24.
As you cast detect magic, it's a beacon of arcane energy, and then you realize that the reason why none of you understand this script, because it's not a written script by scholars and whatnot. It is literally the language of arcane magic.
Ooh.
So it would be an arcana check to try to move forth, to try to understand.
I'm really good at those, at least for my level. I'll make my Arcana check. Is anybody assisting me?
Eve
I
can
have a big
assist.
one, so
Okay.
I'm with you spiritually.
No, don't say that.
All right, as somebody assisting them, go ahead and roll a Arcana check. Hold on 1 second. Chucky, as you look over the script.
You mean Eve?
Oh, sorry, Eve. My bad. As Eve looks over the script and she starts trying to piece together the formula and the language of arcane magic, it flares up and arcane force just washes over her and she takes 14 force damage.
Holy shit. That would knock me unconscious.
So, don't be terrible.
Yeah.
No save whatsoever. Not even a reflex.
No.
Aw,
No.
he has really good reflex.
I believe you.
I'm pretty sure it's not a critical failure because I'm pretty sure that's what she did. Because if it's over 22, oh shit, we're in trouble.
Solon, as you try to piece together the formula,
Fuck.
arcane energy washes over you and you take 17 force damage.
I'm unconscious.
So all of you are watching Solon, try to sit here and decipher. And as you see Eve just kind of back up with, arcane force hitting her, and you can see the damage on her flesh. You see Solon go, get knocked back 5 feet, laying on the ground, body simmering from sheer arcane force.
May Gavin be with you.
He said don't be with him in spirit. See what you done? See what you did?
The curse is complete.
I'm going to run over to Solon and give him an elixir of life.
All right, go ahead and roll for how much hit points he gets. You get 6 hit points.
Woot. I'm not unconscious anymore.
But you probably
Holy
shouldn't try it
shit.
again. You don't need to be dying too.
I'm taking this as a personal fucking challenge. I look at Eve. I'm wondering if Eve feels the same way or not.
Yeah, she would.
Conscious.
Yes.
Eve would be unconscious, wouldn't she?
Oh.
Eve has 26 health, which means
Yeah.
she has
Oh.
12 right now.
So is Eve going to give it another shot to assist, or
Are you
we're
really
just going to take... I'm sorry, what?
like? Is Solon like looking at this thing like he's going to go after this again?
Better believe it.
If there's one thing, he is stubborn.
There's arcane secrets here.
So many elixirs with me. I just want you to know that.
There are arcane secrets here.
And this stone is not going anywhere.
There are arcane secrets here.
I mean, I'm not going to stop you. I'm just saying.
The only reason I haven't rolled yet is because I'm waiting to see if Eve's rolling to assist or not.
Yeah, probably well. I'm just looking at inventory at the moment. I think I have a potion I could throw at her to use. So she doesn't just immediately collapse. Yes, I do. Potion of healing does D8.
Yes, it does.
All right, well, just make her roll for us so I can move on with this while you're healing her. Make her roll for her assistant.
Can I just hero point that? Just for giggles?
Can if you like.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Just for giggles.
Hey, it's double digits.
Hey, Solon, you get +1 to your roll.
I'm going to hero point that.
Okay. All right.
23. This better be worth it. My character's just pissed with himself. This better be worth it.
You feel like as you start deciphering that and you start putting the formula, you're like, oh no, and you quickly change the formula format of it because you would have just taken 26 force damage, which I think is enough to cause mass damage and kill you outright.
It actually is, yeah.
Your Phoenix down would have procced, but that's a very unique item. You don't necessarily want to use that on a stone.
I think it would have been more pissed at that than failing it.
I mean, I don't know what game you play, but I can buy 20 of those at any shop I want to.
Ancient Dragon. This is a waystone. With it, you can activate it, and if you can activate other waystones, you can use it to transport from location to location. It is also a hub of arcane energy. Every hour you spend meditating here, you restore a number of spell slots equal to your level, or half your level, rounded down, sorry.
I'm going to spend the healing heal spell from my shard. Heal myself.
You're gonna. Eve's hurt too. Would you do the three action one to do an AOE?
Yeah.
Okay.
So she heals 10 from the burst.
I do think. Does the 3 action heal get the +8 from the second action too?
That's the way I understand it. It's cumulative. You get everything that's previously listed.
Okay. Yep. So yeah, you and Eve heal for 10. All right.
So
this is very very old. And Xandric. While it isn't per se on par with Planeswalker, it's Planeswalker's adjacent.
Out of curiosity, because I'm assuming I succeeded, so I actually did decipher. Does this mean I can transport us to the dungeon from here? Because there's an arcane gate in the dungeon.
That you did activate.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have quick travel. That's what I say as a character. We have quick travel.
Just between that spot and the the undead place on the shore?
For now.
For now.
Yeah, I was gonna say for now.
The more places we unlock, the more places we'll be able to go.
The more save points we unlock?
More, no, it's not the more save points. It's the more fast travel spots.
I don't know. At the rate that we go, some sessions, I think a save point might be better.
Reset.
Not bad. Not incorrect. I look at everyone and I say, we return to the village and see if the other two are ready to join us. That hurt. Knowledge.
Eve nods.
Knowledge
right.
is power, and it hurts.
Oh God, it hurts! It hurts! Fuck! All right, so you return to the village. So 4 days have passed.
No, 5 days.
5 days have
Day
passed.
to the village.
Yep. Charlie, you can go ahead and give me your roll for your crafting of your modification.
Okay.
Okay, you succeed. That is just a standard success, so you'd be making 3 silver a day increment increases every day you spend.
Mhm.
Or you can pay off in resources the rest to make it. Now, it was only a gold for the modification.
Yeah.
What do you wish?
I'll go ahead and spend the gold resources to get it done, since it's very inexpensive at the moment.
All right. And that is 5 more days of you making 5 silver increments into your potions, Rambo.
5 more silver.
That's 5 silver a day, so that's 25 silver you have
So
paid towards that. Do you wish to, pay it off or keep making progress toward it?
I can pay it off.
Okay.
So that would be 5 days. So 8 gold, 5 silver. I'll just do the math really quick, but yeah, then I'm done.
Be 2.5 gold.
Did I have to pay out? Yeah.
No,
Actually,
that you put towards.
3.5 because it's 12 gold for.
Yeah, after the first 4 days, you spend half of it, so that's 6 gold. And, each day after that, so that would be...
So your roll determines how much more you can add to it without having to pay in resources.
Yeah.
Can I roll to see if I managed to make it on my way back?
Yeah, that's fine. You're not necessarily doing exploration at this point, so actually it's not even a full day, so it's only been 4 days. Since you're not, what is traveling? I'm gonna stick with the rules. That's fine. You can give me a general perception check. As you travel, you notice from your peripheral, you see this large panther-like feline just on the edge of your perception. And it seems to follow you, the group, as you move, towards the village.
Is it familiar to me? No. Well, I'll kind of mention to the group, hey, we've been being followed by that.
As you go to point towards where it's at, where you saw it at, it's not there anymore.
What, that rock?
There
Or
was
that tree?
there.
I can barely hear every other word.
There was a panther there a minute ago. You hear me better?
A little bit.
Hold on, let me detach this thing.
I'll look around to see if I can spot this, what I'm assuming is imaginary panther.
Nope.
Sure you did.
You were told about a purple panther-like feline that did prowl the perimeter of the.
Oh, I know, but I don't see it.
Yeah.
But I didn't tell anybody else that I was warned about it.
Fair.
And it's fun messing with people.
That it is. That it is. That would do, pig. That would do. All right. You're back in village.
You didn't answer my question.
What?
I wanted to know if I actually, after we left from the stone and headed back to the village, if I was able to capture anything for the village, like food-wise.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Sorry. Yeah. All right, you all return to the village as the sun is beginning to set. Gavin just finished up his working, no, actually finished up a day ago. Is there anything you wanted to do for a day before they return, Gavin or Zerpai?
I guess they were gone total of 5 days, right?
Yes.
No.
Well, you'd help out with the alchemist.
Yeah, I'd be doing that, but crafting wise, no.
Okay. What about you, Gavin?
It's just an extra day. I would
Yeah.
have. Hey Dan, did you already say that you had come up with the formula for the house and stuff, or you haven't done that yet?
It was. I guess I didn't know that it was a formula. I just.
I'm not
assumed
going to
it was-
make you all make a formula for a house. That's
Yeah.
unless you were going to make something crazy intricate like a mansion or something like that. This is just a traditional, Norse longhouse pretty much.
Since I got done early, has enough wood been brought to at least start on it? I'll go ahead and get into a day in head start.
Now, if you start this, you're going to be the primary crafter on this.
I mean, I would think as soon as it gets done, that's all right.
That's fine. All right, go ahead and make your craft roll as you start. Well, if you want to forgo, I will allow you all to switch out and whatnot if you so choose.
Yeah.
But there's enough to start building portions of it, at least, start getting the corner frame set up and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Or a corner frame, I should say.
Yeah, I'm just going to start it up.
Okay. All right. So as you all return, Gavin is finishing up. Actually, he has some actual, logs set and things like that from the various palm trees, not date trees, and some other miscellaneous wood from the various other trees that are in the surrounding area. Yeah. Gavin, as you look up, you can see your companions, Eve and Solon, kind of look a little busted. Not horrible, but a little busted.
Look at Solon, what did you get into? What was shiny?
We found a fast travel spot.
Okay, cool.
It didn't like us at first.
That's why you always ask, please. Always ask for consent before you touch.
Nah.
And I
I
got
do
done early,
realize
so
that.
I figured I'd start on the house.
Good plan. I say, I describe what we found. I say, to the southeast of us, very resource-rich locale, logging house or a farmhouse. Fields would be incredibly useful there. Directly south of us is where we found a waystone. Any gate or spatial location we find on this island, we can use this waystone as a way to fast travel there and back. So theoretically, we can access the undead dungeon from here. Save days of travel.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Anything else y'all wish to do before bedding down?
I go and see Klaus.
He is in the center of the village, and he's talking with a few of the people as you approach. He says something to him, just a couple of the villagers, and they depart. He puts his hands behind his back. Nods towards you. Good evening, soul.
I nod. I say, as I said before, in an attempt to carry our weight, we just returned from scouting at least a fourth of the way around the village. I don't know how much you've explored the area.
For myself, not as much as I would have liked, but our scouts and our hunters report the various things they do find. With our numbers so small, we pretty much go out for what we need in return, finding what bit of information they can on the way.
A lumber mill or and I let him know what we found. A lumber mill or a farm would be incredibly well placed to the southeast of us. Resource rich almost in any direction you look. Directly south of us, we found an arcane waystone.
You see him actually looking very intrigued at that.
Not only does it help immensely with arcane recovery, it also will allow us to travel to any spatial coordinates we've unlocked. The beach we originated from had a temple on it where we were able to unlock a spatial set of coordinates.
He nods. I've heard the story from Gwendolyn, and that is where you retrieved your spell shard.
I'm looking to complete a set.
He nods at that.
Gotta collect them all.
I will visit this, and I will imprint the arcane language upon it to where I received mine.
Oh, sweet.
Though both shards are far different, or they're different from one another. Your spell shard is that of necromancy. In the wrong hands, it can mean great disaster, but it also has the means to heal and mend. Mine is of evocation.
Always use a little more destruction in my life.
We will see who completes that set, though.
Sweet.
As he holds his up, you can see your theory that there is one for each school of magic is proving more and more correct, but they're not of the same shard. You can tell that each spell shard belongs to its own sphere, and you can complete that shard to its perfection, but each school has its own. Or you theorize, anyways, as he has an evocation one, where you have a necromancy one.
So each shard adds upon the previous in order to make a complete gem.
Yes, but the shards are different for each school of magic. So each school of magic has its own completed gym.
So there are multiple necromancy temples out there.
Or multiple
multiple
layers to the, yeah.
But they don't combine as in the
Yeah,
evocation
you couldn't. Yeah,
combines the
correct.
So yeah, you can't combine the evocation with the necromancy.
maybe it forms a really, really big gem and you just need to complete. You forget. This is a D&D setting. They are layers upon layers for certain quests. So maybe once you complete a full necromancy gem, you're able to fit it to the completed evocation gem, and so on and so forth.
Oh,
You take the shards and they make it necromancy stone, and then you use the stone on the Pokemon so that it'll do its hyper evolution.
No, this is more like an MMO. You had to go and collect all the shards in order to create the stone, and then you have to create the different collect the different stones, and then you can combine the stones into the super artifact.
Fair. We'll see
That's
what
my-
happens.
That's my theory now. My ongoing one.
But yes, he will.
I
Coordinate.
ask him
Okay.
because he's talking about this temple. So theoretically, does this not mean other arcane casters visiting these sites could theoretically start their own shards? Or is it because you've claimed the beginning of the arc of the evocation shard, no one else would be able to continue along that path? Or even begin on that path?
Since being thrusted into my leadership position, I have not been able to further study upon it. It is theoretically possible, of course, that once you pass said trial of the various temples or runes or places of power that these reside, that more than one can achieve it. But I have no way to either prove or disprove this, as I have now spent many years within the village as its elder.
Okay, it hasn't been that long, so I'm going to go ahead and make an Arcana check. My Arcana check is to see if I can make a logical connection. The logical connection being, if someone else were to sacrifice a soul within that, within the chamber inside the, I'm blanking on the name for it, the altar,
The Godforge?
the Godforge, would another necromancy
Or Soulforge, sorry, Soulforge.
Soulforge. In other words, could multiple people take the path of necromancy?
Okay, go ahead and give me. It's theoretically possible, yes.
Fair enough.
We could test this.
Yeah, whose soul you're going to sacrifice?
You are grand enough. You are so generous enough to summons and sacrifice them.
Yeah, go ahead and summon something and sacrifice it.
Don't have the ability to.
Yeah, well, it sucks to be you. Anyways.
But it's just a matter of you doing it and then running to capture it in the jar where it ends up. And then coming back.
Yeah, sucks to be you. Wait. You have a soul jar. Go out and kill something and take its soul. And use the jar, and use the...
We have yet to fight something that is weak enough to capture it. Remember, it can only go to level 5.
Yep, the soul jars that you have can contain a soul of a level 5 or lower.
Trust me, I already asked about the T-Rex that the giant lizard killed, and it was too strong.
I'm trying to think, have we fought anything that's...
No,
Well, we
but-
fought multiple animals.
not since we've had the jar.
Yes.
Yeah, y'all fought the giant lizard, which was, I think, actually level 5. Y'all fought
The giant T-Rex.
the giant T-Rex.
I asked. That's the one that I wanted to soul trap with. That's
No, the giant lizard, the thing called a giant lizard. The one that went to go ambush you, and then our barbarians that didn't fucking nearly wrecks it in one hit.
Oh, I might not have been there for that session. That's why.
That might be the one that you missed.
You could have killed that kobold merchant and taken his soul.
Oh yes, because you know how well that would go over with.
I would have gotten my wine back. I mean, that would be stealing.
I mean, that's a bad thought. Don't do it.
Anyways, so this was an enlightening conversation. I thank him, and mine was more to show him that I'm not trying to hide what I discover or what we discover
that actually
around the village.
That actually makes a good impression on him. So he says, before you depart, "You are not of the scholarly type," as he pats his book. "I'm assuming you are a sorcerer."
I nod. I'm somewhere between a summoner and a sorcerer.
"While our paths are different, there are ways we can share our knowledge with each other." So even though your spells are limited, like how many you gain each level and whatnot, theoretically you could learn a spell from him doing the learn a spell activity for downtime. And you can learn it from him, and vice versa. If I'm remembering that correctly, but I didn't see where it was like you had to learn from wizard. It just has to be something on your spell list that you can learn. And there is enough overlap between primal and arcane that you can benefit from a lot of spells of each other.
Cool.
Fair enough. I say, my path, like I said, is mostly conjuration, so if you don't have any of the primal summoning spells, that would be where my specialities lie.
I may take you up on that. That is one thing I have not dabbled in, as I specialize in evocation.
What do you know about the cat? The giant panther? And don't tell Eve you know what it is, because I'm going to have some fun with that one.
You see him, you see the expression on him immediately change. You see a look of sadness and anger. And he says, "That will be all for tonight." And he turns and walks to his cabin.
I know how to end a conversation, so I walk away confidently. I didn't know it was a sore subject.
You and Gavin seem to find him.
Depends on who you're talking about.
The sword subject or the magic? Because
It's a true statement either way. This is only the second person I pissed off with my speech pattern. I got along great with Logan. Got along well with you don't all know it, but I do. Or my uncle.
Got along with Darius.
Got along with women that were rescued. So, don't judge social interactions too quickly here. Just because a barbarian jackass is in charge of a village that has daddy issues and couldn't stand his father's name being stated.
And he wasn't necessarily rude. He was just, Vorgoth was a dick, but Klaus, he wasn't necessarily rude. He was just, you could tell that was a very sore subject, and he ended it politely. He didn't choke you out or anything.
On this island for bad conversation endings is kind of low at this point. So, anyways, I go back to.
Well, at least in his case, he didn't set you on fire. I mean, Vorgoth would have choked you out. If you really pissed him out, he'd probably, Klaus would have set you on fire. That didn't happen, so it wasn't like, you didn't,
You didn't get thrown into arena.
I wasn't thrown into the arena. I volunteered to go.
Was referring to Gavin.
Well,
But anyways, I make my way back to the group and find out if they're going to still stay crafting or if they're going to go back out with us the next day.
I believe I'm at a stopping point at the house while they still gather up wood, so... And I'm done with the sword.
I'm good to go. Kind of got what I wanted.
Go ahead. Or not. I was going to say I want to go back to the herbalist and buy a few of the Trees of Life if she has them.
She does have 6 of them ready that she can part with. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to pay her in March.
That's fine.
Okay.
All right. So,
I'll wait.
Go ahead.
I wait till she gets back. If she comes back, I go. I had made some. Could have just asked.
I'm just used to going to her. I go to her, I make it myself. I just didn't have the time to prepare more for tomorrow. It's never, it's never a bad idea to have extra, especially with a few in the group. If Gavin's standing, I'm definitely going to look at him. And I'm going to look at Solon for him and his tinkeriness, but...
I feel like that's I feel like that might be an interesting story to hear.
So before we leave, I'm going to go to the potion lady too. I don't know what potions Sir Pi can make and how many he would actually have available. So I hand her a crystal, and I say, would these be of any use to you?
Yes, I can make a few things with this.
I have crystals I'm willing to trade for fasting potions. Each crystal is worth 30 gold, Derek. I'm looking to barter for 10.
Yeah, no, she's that's hold on one second.
I can tell you right now, there are 3 gold apiece. Oh, wait. Yeah, 3 gold apiece for the ration tonics.
Oh. So literally 1 crystal for
10.
So I offer a crystal for 10.
She has 8 available that she can get rid of. The rest are stockpiled just in cases, as she told Gwendolyn once before. So she has 8 she can part with. Since I do not have 2 more available, I can begin working on them for you and then give them to you when they're finished. If that's preferable with you.
Deal.
Okay. And she smiles at you and she says, because you are trusting me so much, I'll throw in an extra. Because you're giving her, payment for an order that's not fully completed. And she's trying to show her she is very nice. Again, she's elven. You're an elf, so you kind of, looking at her where other people can't really gauge how old she is. She's about 115, maybe 120. So, yes.
Thank her, and I just want to have backup rations on hand, so fasting potions seemed like a good plan.
All right. So, or you all find rest for the evening unless there's anything else you all do?
I'm just going to remind Drax not to use anyone.
Give me a nature check.
I'm also going to tell Loon to keep an eye on.
Sure. As he flies up about 10 feet and then flies away. All right, start of the 6th day. Where do y'all travel to?
You guys went south, right, last time?
I was going to suggest we just continue clockwise.
Okay.
That'd work.
All right, it takes you a day to, really, kind of get your bearings and everything. You bed down for the night. Gwendolyn, she does her, gathering and everything like that. The beginning of the 7th day comes. Who wants to take lead on this? Well, actually, let me tell you what y'all find first off. So food production, any kind of buildings that generate BP for food is increased by 2 here. This river stream right here is abundant with fish and other marine life that can be used to sustain food quite a bit. The southern or the southwest portion of it is very dense tropical forest, a good place for wood. So any kind of structure that yields BP for wood is increased by +1.
Okay. If no one else wants it, I'll take it, but +5 is what I got for perception. I don't know if anybody has better perception than that.
Mm,
Let's say my
I think
rolls
I-
haven't been strong, so.
I got a 3, so
yeah, my perception's at a 2 right now.
Gwendolyn is afraid of her roll.
With good reason.
It is good. So do you just want to assist him?
Sure.
Okay, make your perception check. $17. All right. Solon, you get +1 to your roll.
21. You okay? Breathe.
Oh, wow. Okay. Sorry about that. Oh, damn.
Breathe, Derek. Breathe.
I'm good. As you further explore this place, you know that this is a hunting ground. You see humanoid-like footprints, clawed feet. You also see some quadrupeds, again with clawed feet. It's only in the northwestern portion of this area.
I warn the group.
Oh, forgot to roll the thingy for any kind of random encounter. But yes, that is what you find there. So the end of the 7th day, you all bed down, go through your various watches. You awaken the next day to the sound of running water, the rushing river, birds, and the like. What do y'all do next?
Do we investigate out from here to figure out if it's a danger, or do we continue and do the complete circuit like we had planned?
I mean, while we're here, let's go and investigate it further.
Thereby, Chucky?
I'm fine with doing a thorough exploration.
Well, the square is completely surveyed. Like, we've completely explored everything. These tracks lead up into the northwest tags.
Which would take you out of the territory of Jarl's village.
I'm okay with it because it could be a danger for the village.
I'm curious to see what it is.
Can we make a nature check to try to identify what it is, or would that be something else?
No, you can make a nature check. Whoever wishes to make a nature check, go for it.
Why am I trained in anything?
I don't know why you're trained in anything.
It's okay.
Gavin and Chucky, you look down on it, and immediately your gut kind of wrenches as you recall these footprints. They are beastmen.
With what we got, did they on the tracks? Where did they look like they originate from? Were coming from?
They were coming from the northwest.
And just came through here to what direction?
This looks like a hunting ground.
Yeah, it's a hunting ground kind of thing.
Okay. Well, it's definitely beastmen, and I assume that their place of residence that I'm going to burn down one day is off in that direction. Not to prejudge or anything.
I feel like you're just growing in hatred towards everything on this island.
Well, if everything didn't want to kill me, maybe we could be friends.
So north it is.
All right. Spend a day going up there. You're on your 8th day. You bed down. All right. So as you all begin to bed down, 1 second. Okay. As you all begin to bed down, take your watches and everything. And before the first person actually falls asleep, you hear the sound of wheels, like on a wagon, and 2 large beasts of burden pulling it.
Oh no!
We have dark vision. Do they look familiar? As in the animals that Kui.
They look familiar. You see 2 very kind of lazy riding drakes just pulling forth slowly, yawning, and you see Kui sitting in the coach seat, eating what looks to be some bird of some kind.
I'm going to wave and approach.
Oh, friend! He hops off his cart and he runs over to you, Quinn, and he takes your hand in his, and he's like, "It is good to see you again. It's been too long."
How you doing, please?
Quee's doing good. You see, as you look right now, as you look at him, you see the pupils of his eyes are super dilated.
He's doing real good.
Constantly kind of like licking his mouth, just doing real good. Real good.
He got some good trading in.
We noticed some tracks further back. Have you seen anything pull any beastmen or anything down in this area?
Oh, you speak of the great white one. Yes. Yes. Yes.
What's so special about that one?
Super intelligent. And he just kind of looking at you like with this kind of grin on his face, and his eyes are just wide as fuck.
What did you eat or drink? And
Wonderful
why aren't you sharing?
Wonderful mushrooms. Great white one gives me mushrooms for food.
Do you use spice?
Spice. Spice. Got a little spice.
I have my pipe out in the evening. Anyway, is it anything? What do these mushrooms look like? Just out of curiosity.
He, kind of, as he's like reaching into his pouch, you see him like leaning overly exaggerated to the right, and you see his left leg kind of lift off the ground as he's trying to get it out, and he's like, oh, and then he uses his tail to kind of like prop himself up. And after a few moments, he manages to right himself back up, shakes his head, and pulls out a pouch, and you see these vibrant, just like very neon purple with like green and red spots on it.
I ask him if he trades with these group of beastmen often. How aggressive are they?
First time I've seen him.
While he's waving the mushroom around, nature check to identify the mushroom.
You're not sure what kind of mushroom it is. However, you definitely know it is a hallucin. Damn it,
Hallucinogen.
Yep.
It's a good thing you got that mushroom. You owed me a mushroom.
What? No, I didn't.
Are you sure?
Give me a
Sure.
give me a deception check. Oh, Queen's so sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't be angry. And he reaches in and he hands you a big mushroom. Here, I'm so sorry.
I mean,
Queen's sorry.
Queen,
And
if
you
you-
see
if you're
him as he's like trying to hand it over to you. You see him leaning forward, and he literally topples over, his snout hitting the ground, and as he's holding it up.
I take the mushroom.
I mean, Kui, if you're really sorry since you forgot, don't you think you owe him 2 mushrooms?
Give me a diplomacy check.
He's never going to remember this.
It's okay.
You see, as he's laying down, you see him, as he's struggling, just walking and whatnot, with great dexterity. He uses his tail to reach into the pouch, wrap around the mushroom, and lift it up to you.
And put both mushrooms in my bag of holding, and I go back to camp because I don't want to push my luck any further.
I was gonna go up and offer him. I'm curious if I can find a use for that. Care to trade one for a day's worth of rations?
I have all the rations.
No, you don't, because he's offering you some.
You're right. I don't have all the rations. And he just starts rocking back and forth on the ground.
I held out a day's worth of rations and go, these won't make you feel as gracious, or as well as you are now. but you might be able to do a lot better trading on your end with these.
He is stoned out his mind. You made the most convoluted statement possible again, and he's stoned out of his mind.
Give me a diplomacy check.
You're speaking in colors to him right now.
He backs up from you. Yeah, I knew you were lying. I knew you were a thief. And you see him pull out a dagger. You don't take Queen.
It's okay. He was joking. He would like to try one of your mushrooms, though. Are you willing to trade him?
I don't trust him. And he hands you a mushroom. For you, you can have. And he looks up at you, goes, kind of blows a kiss up towards you, and then just falls unconscious asleep on the ground.
Okay, I'm gonna go search his wagon for rations. I don't have rations, so
I look at Quinn and go, I am walking this way, and you are my witness.
I'm not.
So Derek, how many rations do I get? Do I find any?
Give me a perception check.
Not as many as he previously thought, because, he thought he had all of them.
He's going to help you with that.
All right, you get to add 1 to that, so that's 17. As you look around, and you open up a chest, and you pull out a ration, and you're like, okay. And you keep pulling it and pulling it and pulling it and pulling it, and you realize what's in here is a lot more than should actually fit.
Oh.
As you get all the rations out, you take an estimate, there is enough here to feed 100 people for 3 months.
Okay, I take them, I put them in my bag, and I leave a note. Zerpai was here.
Oh, ho, 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 ho.
You are a dick.
Good. As long as somebody's willing to vote that I walked away.
You walked away. I don't say anything to this.
Oh,
as long as Quinn's willing to vouch that I walked away. Well, somebody else was scavenging his wagon.
The best part about this, but the worst part about this is, because I went back to the campsite, I don't know what happened. But my character really wants to know what happened.
Quinn, go ahead and give me a perception check. You said you were looking for something too. You do find a handful of maps that are just now starting to get filled in, and they show a snowy region. And you see what looks to be a rough sketch of a massive ship that is banked on the shores. It is heavily damaged, and it has it is the sketch. Kui is actually a really good artist. That's one of his specialties. This is the biggest ship you've ever seen. It is definitely something for war, and it looks completely alien to any of the culture. Actually, give me an intelligence check. 10's what you needed. You actually remember some of the sigils and whatnot, the runic writing on Logan's house. But these are incomplete maps. So, but you can definitely tell they're of a snowy region, like how he colored it with a white dye. and pretty much, you can tell it's the cold region.
Is this like several maps?
Yeah, there are several maps. They're incomplete, but they would give you a bonus if you're ever up in that area. They
They're
would
all of them and the ship
for the areas that this is covered. You're not exactly sure. Like when you go into that square, you can be like, I've referenced this map to see if it indicates, and if it does, it would give you a bonus to your roll.
Okay. I'll take them and I'm gonna put like, I don't know, 10 marks in Steve's pocket and put him up on his wagon at least.
Oh. Okay. Y'all head back to the village.
No,
Anything?
we were in camping. It was.
Oh, camping.
We still
Sorry.
have
So
a-
y'all are back at. Yep. Y'all are back at camp. Do y'all do anything or go on your watches?
Go on watches, I guess.
Well, it sounds like that's. Well, yeah, we should probably do that and not try to sleep the night away.
I picked the watch right before Solin's watch.
Okay.
But,
Just out of curiosity. Oh, sorry.
just so we get this straight, Solon went to camp. Shortly after he started walking away, I started walking away.
Yep.
Shortly after Solon got there.
Yep.
Okay. 'Cause I have a feeling I know what Charlie's going to do. So
I think he's already done it, but
Yeah.
anyways,
no, I'm assuming he's going to tell you because that's why he said he was going to take the watch just before yours or after yours.
anyways, nobody knows anything yet because it hasn't happened yet. What did we end up naming the Manticore? What did you end up naming the Manticore, Quinn?
Drax.
Drax. Was Drax driven away from the wagon? Or was he able to approach?
He was able to approach.
Okay. Because I thought the scent was driving off all wild beasts and it hadn't been completely tamed yet. That's why I wanted to find out. Good to know. I go to bed and wake up for my watch.
Okay.
During the switch, I tell Solon that we did have a lot of rations. Here you go, and I give him the. You said 100 people, 3 months.
Yep.
So I give him 100 people 1 month worth of rations.
Holy shit. I don't. That'd be 10 bulk. Because it's 0.1 bulk per 1 light.
So, yes. Y'all robbed the poor kobold.
Yeah,
was
we.
nice.
No, definitely
Certain
not.
members.
Only one person
Certain
has.
members of the party did.
Gwendolyn actually did leave him marks for it and whatnot. So that's. Then she put them back up in the carriage. So, yes. The day comes. What do y'all do?
I'm waiting for the excitement.
All right.
Because I know nothing. I know nothing.
I'm packing up my tent.
All right.
It's
So.
this morning.
All right. All right. So, as nobody notices this. As you're bending down, packing up your tent, you are just smacked. And above you is a kobold grabbing you by the throat, shaking you. Give it back! Give it back!
I cough and I go. I start strangling and making sounds, trying to push his hands away so I can try to talk.
Give me a either athletics or a acrobatics.
Nope.
You are just being strangled back and forth. You can't speak. This kobold, which is roughly the size of you, he has a tight grip on your throat.
I die, Gavin. I'm haunting you until you die.
Do I see this going on?
Yes, all of you are brought to where all of a sudden, as you all are getting your preparation. This dude, he rolled a 21 on his stealth. None of y'all's passive perception picked it up, and he just fucking pounced on Zerpai, and he is just strangling him, rocking back and forth, and said, "Give it back!"
I'm going to try to pull Quay off of him.
Okay, give me an athletics check. You grab him from underneath his armpits, and you lift him up, and you're holding him in the air as he's kicking. Let me go! Let me go!
I start coughing. What is going on?
I knew you were a thief!
What?
Your kind can't be trusted!
What was still...
All my rations.
How... What? I literally pull out my rations, and that's a... Let me actually look to make sure. It is exactly 4 weeks and a day.
I don't believe you. Hand me the bag.
I hand him the bag.
He turns it inside out. That way everything falls out. You hid it somewhere.
I walked away when you refused to trade. So, who were the last two people you were dealing with?
I fell asleep after giving pretty girl a kiss.
You sure you remember everything correctly? Because I don't remember any pretty girl or kiss.
Oh, ouch! Quinn! Oh.
I look at Gwendolyn. I go. I'm assuming he's referring to you. Can you shed any light on this?
No, not her. It was a beautiful kobold woman.
I'm sorry, it just struck me as funny because I didn't intend for it to be that bad. Oh.
Did I see exactly what Gavin did?
Hey,
I knew he was rummaging, but
You can give me a. This is delayed, so something like that. You would say, "Do I see that at that time?" And you would roll a perception check. Go ahead and roll a perception check. Oh yeah, yeah. You know exactly what he did.
I'm going to look at Gavin and give him an opportunity.
This is the opportunity to do something right.
I put my finger to my lips in a hush motion, and while Kui is busy not paying attention to anything but hatefully looking at Zerpai,
Because
I was thinking of something. I was thinking where I saw it. I'm either casting or throwing a chemical bomb by his cart to scare his beasts into running.
His beasts are nowhere near around.
Nowhere near around. His cart's nowhere near around.
Yep. pulls out his dagger as you're holding him. And it is a very sharp-looking dagger. Now that you actually see it in the light, this is a well-crafted dagger.
Okay, Derek, I'm going to do something.
Okay.
Let me roll my d20 and get this out of the way. 9 sticks around. Okay. So, I am going to summon... I would end up summoning the plant monster, Derek.
Okay. Yeah.
Discreetly into a thicker part of the jungle.
Okay.
As it's leaving, I make sure it has the bag with the rations in it, and I have it bury it off over by his cart. That's what I give the order to the plant monster.
Okay. Okay.
And then
Somebody will pay for this.
Then I have it go out and
Well,
did he say what he stole? Like, did it? I know what he stole because that's what Gavin told me. But I'm wondering if Zerpai or not Zerpai, if Kui ever said.
No. He has not said yet. Your thief of a friend here took my rations. All of them.
You've emptied my bag. I have nothing.
You hit him.
Left.
Your kind can't be trusted.
How do you know it was him?
Pulls out a letter. Or a piece of parchment.
So a thief left a letter?
His kind's not smart.
You do realize you're a kobold, right?
Not by choice.
I squint and try to look at it. That doesn't even look like my handwriting. I pick up the ink and paper from the pile on the floor and I start writing it to prove my point.
He looks at it. So you know how to write. That means you know how to write differently.
Now that I've ditched my incriminating evidence, I'm going to sit back and watch this show. Because eventually, Gwen giving him the dirty look kind of informs me that this is going to be hilarious.
Now, Quinn, let me go. I'm just going to take a few of his scales.
If you can come down, I will put you down. We can talk about this.
I promise.
Are you sure that you promise?
What did you say?
Are you sure that you promise?
Yes, I promise.
I'm going to walk like 15 feet away and then fall down.
He runs after fucking Zerpai. I'm going to kill you!
I'll grab him this time since I'm right there.
Give me an athletics.
Don't worry, man. I'm trained in this.
You go to grab him and
Anybody
you
have a
twist
hero
your ankle.
You have a hero point. You use your hero point.
I do, but I am waiting for this. I'm waiting for this to blow up.
No. Charlie has one. Me and Quinn have used ours already.
Fine, I'll burn mine.
I like how he asks everybody else to burn his before he will burn his.
Hold on. All right, you just grab him. Let it go!
How much was it worth?
Lots.
Give me a price.
It gives you a price, what, 100 gold or 100 people, 3 months worth of rations are.
How much is a ration worth?
I think it's like 2 silver.
Yeah. For a week.
I'm pulling out the calculator.
Pull it out. Well,
So,
calculator.
how many
5
weeks are in a
days.
month?
30
4
days in a month.
30 days in a month. 5.
Yes, 5 weeks a month that are 5 weeks a month that are 5 days, 30 days in a month.
Okay, you mean 6 weeks a month then?
Yeah.
6
So
weeks
6
a month,
weeks.
5 days, yeah.
So
So-
actually, rations are 4 silver pieces.
So 600 weeks of rations, essentially, at 4 silver apiece. 24.
Be 300 rations at 4 silver apiece. So 120 gold.
$120 gold. Okay, give me a second. I actually might have that on.
I throw him a small satchel.
He looks in it.
You're even. Inside are 4 high quality pearls.
Deal! Puts his dagger away. Now you can let me go, giant man. I promise not to kill the thief.
I set him down. I don't let go. I will also give him the... I think I have 42 gold worth of alchemy regents on me. To put him in a better mood.
He uses his tail to snake out a mushroom and gives you a mushroom.
Mental spell to have the plant monster pick up the rations again. I've paid for him now. Now I don't give 2 shits. My plant monster.
All is right on this hellhole.
I tell Kui, this is a lesson. Stay sober when you're trading.
I start walking towards the square. I'm kind of done with this.
I've been picking up my stuff and putting it in my bag.
All right. Queen leaves. Y'all have an absurd amount of rations.
I look at the group. What just happened? I got accused for stealing.
As soon as Kui is like away, I tells Zerpai, well, you just won 100. Well, how many? I'm gonna give you a section of it too.
What? First of all, I get framed. You guys you play on the fact that he accuses me of a thief, and then you now make it a proven fact. Is that what I'm understanding?
Freaking Eve's just giggling in the corner.
I mean, you have a lot of rations now.
That I have not even touched, or that I have no proof of having, let alone stealing. It's more the fact that I left hoping to get away from being labeled as a thief and a scavenger.
On a random island that no one will ever know of. It's okay.
But we're here until who knows how long, which means I still have to live with that. And I
I'm
just
sorry,
walk away.
I'm writing it down. I'm writing down. It was 100 or it was. How many rations did you give me?
It was
It was a total of enough rations to feed 100 people for 3 months.
And I gave.
So 300 rations total. You gave 100 to. You said you gave me 100 rations or enough for 100 people for 3 months.
Yeah. So I had the 3 months worth for 100 people. So I split it into thirds, basically, between me, you, and Zerpai.
I don't even touch the bag. Because I'm that annoyed at you.
Well, I mean, technically, I think we're even right now, but...
You think so.
I see grog and vax happening now.
I'm not upset by that situation.
That's what I see happening. Grog and vax.
I pick up the other bag, and he'll come around one day. I keep it separated, knowing one day he'll take some.
All right. So, for the new hex, you're on your 8th day. Standard production, nothing of bonus except for wood production. And that is because the dense tropical forest to the north in that hex there. Somebody can give me a perception check if they so like. Who would like to take the lead? Would you like to support Dan again? Or Solon? All right. That's a crit, so you get +2 to your roll, Solon. Hey.
23.
Once again, you find tracks. It is both on the western portion of the hex and the north western portion of the hex.
Is it the same track?
Same kind of tracks.
So it's basically the two squares that are, or two hexes that are west of me are what appear to be the hunting grounds for this particular group of beastmen.
Correct.
I'm understanding correctly.
You can see, like, they cross into these hexes, but not like a whole lot. Like, you know,
or like walking by, not necessarily deliberately violating territory.
Exactly.
I want to finish the circuit, so
yeah.
All right. So 9th day, traveling. 10th day, you search. This is part of the swamp. This is like the tail end of the swamp area right there, like the embankment. The water becomes clear and whatnot. You know, one hex northwest, but this is where the swampy embankment and quicksand and peats and whatnot are starting to fade. Wide river, a couple miles wide. You travel down this river, of course, coming this way. The BP production for food in the water is increased by +2. BP for herbs and the like are increased by +1. No additional roll needed. And to help speed up, on the 12th day, you finish that last hex right there. The northern part of the hex is +1, or no, sorry, that one's +2 production for BP of lumber, and then +2 production of food for fish.
Make our way back to the village.
Okay. All right. You return. The sun's starting to set on the 12th day of your all's venture. What do y'all wish to do that evening? Well, actually, sorry, no. It has been 12 days. Okay. As you return,
We're on day
you see
36 of the island.
Yep. You see Klaus at the center of the village speaking to an orc female. And you see a orc male that, is kind of sickly, long robes. You remember seeing him next to Vorgoth. He's the one that you said was level-headed. And this is Core, the orc female that you freed.
Ho to camp.
What was that?
I said ho to camp.
Core turns around, bows to you, fist to chest. I have been waiting for a day's time. I wanted to personally bring your reward from Vorgoth.
Thank you.
The male orc. All of you have done a great service to the people of this island. Freeing the women was no easy task, I am sure.
Yep, super difficult.
Very difficult. It was definitely hard burning down the whole place, but we did it.
But, and you see her, from her large sack on her back, she pulls out a satchel for each of you. And it's the same satchel you got. So if you want to tell them what's in it.
I don't have it separated anymore. It was 5 mana bread.
Yep, 5 mana bread.
100 marks.
100 marks. Each mark is worth 1 gold. It's basically the currency that Vorgoth has set up. A pouch of enchanted or enhanced seeds.
How much for the seeds?
A pouch. It's good for 1 plot. So, like, if you build a farm, you could plant them in there, and it would, increase the BP value of that farm or plot that produces grains and like by 1. And you have a script of travel. Meaning, so long as you bear this script, you can freely travel.
You consume a mana bread, and how long does it last?
1 week. It both keeps you hydrated and fed for a week.
How many marks was it?
100 marks. So if somebody wants to take note of this, 1 mark equals 1 gold, 1 strip equals 1 silver, 1 bit equals a copper. You do notice that the marks are etched with a magical sigil.
1 mark is a gold, 1
strip is a silver, and 1 bit is a copper.
Okay.
Glad I could be of assistance.
As am I. I am able to see my family once again. I have missed my children and my mate. If you do not mind, Klaus, I would like to sleep here tonight, as it is a long travel back to our settlement. But of course, The sickly orc, he moves off to, just corner the village and sits down, cross-legged, and closes his eyes and seems to meditate. What do y'all do?
Got my remaining 3 fasting potions.
Oh yeah, they would have been finished by now, yes.
I head off to the alchemy shop.
So we're both there. You see, she hands over 3 potions to me. Fasting potions to me.
I am sorry that I did not have all of them prepared for you, but here you go.
Pleasure doing business with you.
And she actually, for both of you, she hands you this odd coin that has, it's a gold coin that has the symbol of a flame on it. For good luck. I did not realize what you all have done. She is a brave woman. She looks towards Kor, who's talking to Klaus. Thank you. In times past, I've seen many a woman taken by the beastmen, never returned.
So at least we knew it didn't sound like it would have been a pleasant life to be stuck living once they get a hold of you.
She does give you enough for each of the player characters. And this has an effect. Once per day, you can use it, and you can re-roll a roll, or you can re-roll a d20 and take the better result.
Is that on skills only, or can we use it in combat?
For any d20 roll.
Okay. Is this just a we can use, or just random magic one? Because I know we have a limit on how many items we can have taken.
Oh, this is an invest item.
Okay.
You can have up to 10 items invested. I wish I had more to give for all your companions, referring to the NPCs. But these were my late husbands. What you have done shows courage, valor, and heart that our people need.
I'm sorry, I was doing so what is this?
It is a trinket, basically. It's a worn item. You have to invest it. So it takes one of your investment slots. It is a once per day. You can use it to re-roll a d20 and take the better result.
And there was enough of them for the players?
Yeah, for the players. You two were the only ones that went there, so she gave the coins to both Zerpai and Solon, feeling that you all would pass them out to the others.
Because I think it might be funny, I give them to Zerpai to give to the others.
Oh, fair.
I hold on to him and I ask. I look at Solon. You don't plan on going anywhere anytime soon. Don't plan on adventuring anytime soon, do you? I was looking at maybe trying to help get a few things done here.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I had to step out of the room for a second.
I was wondering if you were planning on setting up another expedition anytime soon. Otherwise, because the plan is to possibly help out around the shop.
Depends on what the elder of the village says. Klaus says once. I tell him about the tracks we saw.
Okay. Well, I will just kind of putz around here then and help out with the small things until we have a better direction of what's a threat to the village.
That, and I
Alright.
kind of want to get the longhouse built. So I'll go to Klaus after this.
Okay. Josh, Charlie, or Quinn, do you all want to do anything? Okay.
The only thing I could think of is something I probably should have done a while ago, and that is to talk with Eve and Zivit, see what they saw on the island when they came here.
They go into many, tales of the various animals. Of course, Zivit is far more exaggerated and, just full of heroism and, daring acts, and Eve is far more realistic.
So I trust Eve's story more as being a little bit more accurate.
Yeah, you can trust his story. Like, he saw these things, but maybe not per se his actions and how he managed to escape danger and so forth, so on. He does tell the truth. He just exaggerates the truth.
He puts a little bit of a writer flair on there, right?
Yeah, exactly. Eve does say, when I came across the robed figure, it was unlike anything I've ever felt before. That person, that thing, whatever it was truly evil. Whatever it afflicted me with, it felt like it was gnawing at my very soul. I don't know if I would have gone to an afterlife if you all did not show up.
You can partially thank that Phoenix for that. It warned us
Phoenix?
that you were injured.
I will.
Zivit is the only one who didn't see the Phoenix.
Oh, I've seen it 100 times as he's flirting with one of the women.
As I walk by, I'm sorry, you must be at least this tall to ride this ride, and I make sure it's 2 inches higher than he is.
Ha ha, funny.
Not really. I don't find it.
Seriously.
I don't find it funny to laugh at other people's infirmities.
Seriously, I'm like a tripod, as he says to this woman.
Handicapped. No one knows how to use it.
He just hangs his head at that, and he's like, "I'm done. You got me," and he walks off. He's just like, "All right, that was good. That was good. I'm gonna go away now with what pride I have left." Shut up! As he walks away.
It's just like, yes. It's the first time I've seen him shut up. Thank you for that.
This had to have been catharsis through proxy.
All right. But she does say, part of me still feels him, the anger. I don't know if we are free of him, as she looks at you.
Do I feel anything or not?
You've been go, go, go for a very long time now since then. From running from shit to fighting to exploring, just constantly moving. As you, kind of take a moment to really just, meditate, and there is a gnawing sensation in the back of your mind.
I don't say anything to that.
All right. Solon, you go speak with Klaus.
Yes.
You all
Um,
surprised me. Wait, did you all ever tell him about what happened with the woman? I don't think you did. Yeah, so yeah.
we must have, because we had 2 women with us that we brought back.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, never mind. So he wouldn't say that. Sorry. You are correct. He nods at you as you approach. I have imprinted the magical formula on the waystone for the temple that I once visited for this.
New area to explore. I give him the brief rundown of what resources were in the squares, but just getting that out of the way first. I say, but we did discover something out west. Beastman tracks. Kui says they were led by... He was high at the time, so take everything with a grain of salt. The great one? The great white one?
The great white one, they called him.
My men warned me of and I described the beastmen when they were first traveling here a couple weeks back. I don't know if it's the same one, but
I've never heard of it.
And there's at least one beastman tribe in close proximity to the village.
I've never heard of a beastman ever bartering. Are you sure that it is not some lycanthrope?
It's entirely possible. Like I said, Kui was stoned out of his mind. He was eating these mushrooms, and I pull out a mushroom.
That will do it. We call it the endless dream. I will send what patrols we have. I will inform our companions over there as he looks to the orcs. And have Vorgoth honor his oath of protection. We cannot have beastmen so close to us.
The only thing that's unusual that we were personally able to witness, besides the whole trading thing, was it seems like they were intentionally avoiding our territory. The tracks we discovered were on the very edge of our territory, and they seemed to be hunting. It seems the tracks were more accidental, crossing into our territory than they were intentional. So either this isn't a beastman, it's just someone that's taking up a tribal role. In either case, we need to warn, according to your oaths, Vorgoth about a potential rival. Or B, it could be a potential ally in close proximity. Or C, a potential threat that needs to be eliminated.
I am going to have a perimeter set. You all have traveled long. In the morning, we will reconvene with my daughter by my side, as she seems to trust all of you.
That's a bad move. I say that only semi-joking as I walk out the door.
That she trusts you all?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So here's the question, guys. It is 11:13 my time, 10:13 your all's time. Do y'all want to call it or continue for a while longer?
I'd like to get some sleep personally. I've had kind of a long week.
Everybody else's thoughts?
I gotta wake up early tomorrow morning, so it'll probably be a good. It's a good stopping point.
It is a good stopping point right here.
Okay.
That's why I was asking. It's a natural stopping point. So
I'm more curious. Before we quit though, what Sir Pie does with those extra trinkets? That's me fanning flames.
Oh, I know. I'm debating. I truly am. Because I would at least give Chucky
What?
his.
what about Quinn?
I would give Quinn.
Solon has his.
Yep.
So you have Gavin's and yours.
Yep. I'd hold on to it and kind of mull it over. Do I want to be as petty as he's made me out to be?
Or do you want to rise above it? Like Gavin, no, you can.
Yeah, but if you're just gonna put my public face as a thief and whatever else, do I really want to?
But if you
You
don't
want to prove him
are-
right.
Yes, because you would be proving him right then.
I'd throw it at him and say, "This is for you."
Aw.
It was a gift from the alchemist. I wouldn't even hand it to him.
All right.
I mean, you
Roll
can't
for
unless
an
I'm
attack.
kneeling down.
All right. Good session, guys. You got the exploring of your media territory and an unknown just west of you all. When we pick up next session, Solon, Quinn, and Klaus will get together. Everybody else will be invited as well, but since Solon is the one that spoke to Klaus about this, and Klaus is training his daughter, hopefully, to take up his mantle, need to be part of the discussion of what to do next. Because of various different roles of diplomacy checks and whatnot that I've had you all make throughout this session, he wants it's leading to this kind of council meeting to try to decide instead of immediately informing the two orcs here that are part of Wargoth's settlement. So again, player actions have outcomes that have various different things go about them. So I will get XP for you all tomorrow. Since there was no combat, I got to add up like the discovery XP and the various different things like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I had a fun session, a lot of laughing, a lot of fun. Charlie, like I said, if you don't mind, start as soon as possible getting the day changed so we can switch to Thursday. Just let us know when we can.
Yeah, I'll start getting that paperwork and stuff in this weekend.
All right, I appreciate it, buddy. I'm sure Rambo appreciates it too.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I had a fun session. Is there anything else y'all want to ask or do before we call it, guys?
Nope.
Next week, are we still doing Friday, or are we doing?
It will be
or is it
Friday.
Thursday?
It will be Friday until Charlie lets us know it switches over.
I wasn't sure what his current schedule or what your current set schedule was.
Unless Thursday would work for you next week, Charlie. But I know like this week it didn't. So
Yeah, give me just a second. Because they do have me have my hours cut back to 24 here soon. Temporarily, I can do Thursday the 1st.
The
But
first.
definitely this coming week will have to be Friday.
Okay. So this Friday we will game, and then next Thursday we'll game, and hopefully on the 8th you'll have it changed over permanently.
Maybe another week after that, but
That's fine.
we'll see
Yeah.
how fast I get to it.
So like the 8th or the 15th
Yeah.
should be probably permanent. Maybe
Yeah.
even a little longer than that. But all right, cool. All right. Well, you all have a good night, guys. I had a lot of fun, and I'll get you all the XP tomorrow.
All right.
Sounds good.
See you guys.
All right, later, guys.
See you.
Later.
Yep.